Oh. I'm kind of.
I apologize. I was supposed to go pick up my laptop from this lovely gentleman, so I went to Public Works like I was directed. And when I got there, it was already here.
Where?
No, I'm not. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2024 Budget and Commission Goals Update meeting. And we will start with the roll call.
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Rocky Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Mike Mitchell.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Bottle.
Here.
Mayor Denise McGregor.
Present. So on our agenda tonight are some really exciting things. We're going to get a budget update, city commission goals update, and then there'll be commission discussion. And I'd like to turn it over to the city manager for his report.
Thank you, Mayor. Afternoon, commissioners, staff. So really kind of excited for this. It's the first time we're doing this. As you're well aware, we are in a 2-year budget cycle. So really this is something new, and we're gonna check in here after the first of the 2 years of the budget being completed. The beginning of this is going to be a presentation from Matt Zook, kind of a high level look at where the budget is after that first year. And then we're going to roll into after that. Each of the directors that is responsible for implementing one of the commission's goals is going to give a brief update on the status of the goal, what they're looking at, what they're addressing, what's coming up over the next year or so as we try to complete those goals within the biennium cycle. So we do have, really it's up to the commission how we move this forward. I would propose that as, like, for example, Patrick's going to present the first goal. If you have questions, go ahead and ask. No reason to wait to the end. As we're going through these goals, let's just have those discussions. There's also going to be time at the end. We hope we're built in enough time for the commission to just have a discussion about, what they've heard, what they're hearing. I kind of think about it. There's a lot of things I've kind of heard over the last year that I would imagine are going to start kind of informing what we start as staff in December and January to start to prepare the budget for the next round of goal setting that will occur. Really, we'll get through the update from Matt. We can maybe take 5 minutes, grab some snacks if we want, come on back. Dinner is going to be about 5:30. So really it's up to you. I would imagine we'll get through the budget pretty quick. We'll start the goals and then we can stop whenever we're comfortable with that process. Once again, I thank all the directors, staff for being here. Thank the commissioners, mayor for taking the time to do this. Really just hoping for, open dialogue, open thoughts, any questions you have of anything that we're working on. Really just trying to make sure you're informed about where we're at and where we're heading over the next year. So any questions of me before we kind of get started?
I was going to say to, we need a break. Just give me a quick signal and we will take a break. Because some of us had iced tea today, so there you go.
Yes, and obviously we're starting at 4. Our goal, the commission had talked about 4 hours max, so we're shooting for 8 o'clock or before to be done. And with the exception of Mr. Lewis, I'm sure these are all going to be very long presentations. His are usually spot on and quick. We don't have to worry about that. So go ahead.
I'm actually worried about Greg and Sean's presentation.
yeah.
That's what I'm worried about.
So we'll go ahead and start with Matt on the budget update.
Well, I know I have to be home by, for the street lights coming on. So this is gonna be,
You could get a police escort if you like.
I'm the one used to sit in the back, so. Anyways, well, I'm glad to be here with you all. Thanks for joining. It's a great day to be outside. We're indoors here and we're talking about budget. However, you know, as Tony said, this is kind of like, I mean, I've been here 4 years. This is our first biennial conversation about the budget. So in essence, it's a good practice. I'm really thankful that we do a 2-year budget. There's a lot of good things about that. In fact, you know, just thinking about where we're at today and what you're going to hear, there's so much momentum that has to be gained by these goals that happen, that just can't happen in the year, most of these. So resetting a financial budget after 1 year just is frustrating. And I'm glad that we have a 2-year budget. In fact, we've been consulted the last couple of years by other agencies about how we do our biennial budget. So we're happy to share that with them as well. So this is going to be kind of a high level overview. I didn't want to bore you with financial statements that are, you know, full of numbers, but we're going to just take a fund level status look at some major funds. And, you know, the major funds that I've chosen, we have about 17 funds that the city operates out of. About 8 of those are major operating daily activity. About 90% of our, you know, activity comes out of these funds. So you got the general fund, the community development fund, library fund, and then there's 5 public works. And the key metrics that we're going to look at are the fund balance as of June 30, and then also revenue expenditures. Some of the major highlights, some of the trends we're seeing. I will say that the overall theme of this is very positive. Where we're at today is a great position to be in cash flow wise, and also it's hopefully what you hear from the goals, from each of the goals updates, you'll be impressed at where it's at today with the amount of money we've saved as well. So we're going to cover. This is about the most amount of numbers you'll see all night. This is the ending fund balance overview. So as of June 30, 2024, this is where we are at as a snapshot. The first column is where we anticipated to be in the budget. So keep in mind that we started the budget 15 months ago, 18 months ago. We started in January of 2023, and we had to come up with numbers as to where we were going to be at in June of 2024. So that first column is the budget, and then the next column over is the actual, and then the third column is the difference. In each of these funds here, you can see that the difference, the actual fund balance is greater than where we anticipated to be. I'm going to cover that a little bit more in depth, fund by fund, but there are some overall themes, and the reason that we chose these is, again, these are the major funds that almost everybody reports out of in this room. There are other funds that we have that are reserves or debt service payments, facilities reserves, equipment reserves, those sorts of things. Some donation funds, etc. So, general fund, the one that we hear about, think about the most, where we get all of our property tax. The property tax is on here as a highlight. This is to the green. I had originally had some colors up here to kind of indicate that what's positive and what's kind of negative. But the property tax, we end up about $950,000 more than anticipated. The primary reason for that was the fact that the Urban Renewal Agency did not levy any tax, and that occurred after we had already set the city's budget. That was not anticipated, but regardless, because the Urban Renewal Agency did not levy any tax, each of the, I think, 13, 14, 15 different districts that have taxing property in that area got more funds to the general fund. So we got about 900,000, and then in year 2 coming up, we'll get about 700,000. So we're anticipating, because you may recall that in year 2, the Urban Renewal is going to tax about 25% of its maximum setting that it could. So That's a one-time, influx of revenue. We don't know till the next budget cycle what the renewal agency is going to do. So, we treat that as a one-time amount of income, and that's going to help to help fund balance against the general fund. Marijuana tax is one of the other highlights. Not everything was good. Marijuana tax is actually down by about 45% from what we anticipated. League of Oregon Cities does a report annually, and that I just read a clip on that, and it was basically reporting that this is all economics. We have an oversaturation, I guess, of the suppliers in the state. So not anything that we can control. At the time, I think we went by the best knowledge we had, and so a little bit under. We know that the marijuana revenue that's coming to the city has been used for specific things. Over time, those things continue to roll forward, even though the marijuana revenue is coming a little lower. The next bullet point down is traffic fines, and I mentioned traffic fines. Traffic fines, are kind of a behavioral tax, if you will, or a behavioral fine. If everybody was good, we wouldn't have time. However, in this case, we anticipated, we had a little bit of difficulty setting last year's budget because of COVID. We came out of 21-23 where we were, operating in COVID, and the decline on the tickets, officers, et cetera, the grace that was extended to people for fines, et cetera, was gave us kind of an anomaly as to where we were at and where we should be. We anticipated we would be kind of where we were at pre-COVID, and yet what has happened, and I'll let Chief Davis refer to this at some point in the future, is our staffing levels have been a little bit some turnover in the police department. As you know, every police department is probably facing a lot of that. Sometimes it's recruitment, sometimes it's retention, sometimes it's retirement. It's a lot of different factors, and those have been good. But of course, we all want control and safety. That's the first priority. And so, Sean does a good job managing who's assigned to what teams. Traffic is one of those ones that has to pull off of due patrol, et cetera. So we saw the revenue go down there. That was offset a little bit, but a lot by just some of that turnover in the staffing. It's kind of you have to plan in advance to spend money before you get the money from the fine revenue. So you can't exactly manage it in one fiscal year and have it just be instantaneously. I got an officer, now here's the revenue to offset it. So the last bullet point here is investment income, and I'm pleased to say that we actually received a lot higher amount of investment income than we anticipated. Beginning of the biennium, we anticipated that rates would kind of taper, maybe even go down, because they had been high, and we've seen them go up and then back down. Well, obviously, if you follow any sort of news channel, you'll hear that taxes, rates have been continue to be up. Our majority of our funds are invested in the local government investment pool, and that's earning 5.5% as peak. And so we've been really good. In fact, citywide, it's about $4 million more than we anticipated. Now, keep in mind that difference is because of a really low anticipated number, but we have seen those rates sustain throughout the year. Now, the good thing is that we've only gone out tomorrow once during that time period. We've gone out and borrowed some money to do the WIFIA projects, and we got a really low 3.94% interest rate on that. As rates begin to fall, that's another potentially good time to borrow, although I don't anticipate us necessarily doing that. In the future, as rates fall, our investment income will drop. But I will say that investment income has helped offset some of the lower revenue streams by a good margin. So on the expenses side, I mentioned personnel services because in the general fund, it's about 90% of the entire fund is spent on staff that deliver services to our citizens. There's not a lot of capital outlay that occurs there, other than maybe vehicles for some larger departments like parks and police. But personnel services, we've seen that come in a lot lower, and that's attributed to a lot of the underspending There's been, again, retirements, vacancies. Sometimes when you hire somebody, you're hiring them at a lower than anticipated rate. So there's a lot of different factors that go into that. And that's really essentially a one-time savings. And so we've attributed, the savings there is, can be used to help buffer some of the ending fund balance and some of the other priorities as we go into the next biennium. You obviously don't underspend on personal services and then overspend the next time, because you're really just planning to have a regular sort of staffing level as you fill those, especially as you get closer to 100%, as police department's getting, you will just carry forward with the year 2 budget as we already anticipated. So it's not like the timing is such that this is just a paper game. This personnel savings is a real one-time gain. Now, obviously, personnel services is not having less personnel services is not where you want to be, because those people deliver services to our citizens. So hopefully you will see that as a result of the goal statuses that you're going to hear about, that the goals were met or are going to be progressed even with lower staff. So I'm going to go into the library fund. The library, sorry, it's just supposed to be a picture of the library. Just imagine the time that Greg works out of. And the library is in a good position as well. Their primary source of revenue is library district tax. And just within the last, I think, month, we got notice that their revenues came in a little bit higher. So we were distributed about $100,000 more than we anticipated. And that goes, towards the ending fund balance. You recall back in the budget cycle, we talked about sustainability of a 10-year cycle. And these one-time things are gonna, help to fund the future. Again, investment income also was a boon for that. And then personnel services, one of the things the library was doing this last budget cycle was doing a little bit of transition in their personnel structure. Moving some of the part-time on-call people into a more full-time position. That happened, that has happened, continues to happen. But timing of that, in reality, probably happened a little bit slower than what I was anticipating. There's a little bit of savings there. They've got some people move into higher positions in other places that have caused some opportunities for existing staff. So library funds in a good position as well.
You have a lovely picture of the PowerPoint of the library.
Yeah, I realize I'm talking from the PowerPoint that did not get in your books. So everything that I'm saying is true thus far. So, but the pictures are different. So I'll autograph the book later if you want. Community Development Fund. That really is, you think about community development, there's really 2 funds there. There's a planning fund and then there's a building fund. I focused on the Community Development Fund, which is what Quill operates from the planning side of things, mainly because the building fund is a dedicated fund that is only used to operate building services. And the building fund in and of itself, the target ending fund balance for the building fund is generally 2 years worth of operating. And they have that, they're in a great position. They keep that on hand so that as development dips, if you recall back in the 2008 timeframe, the economy dipped, development went down, that ending fund balance allows them to continue services even when the economy kind of trends downward. But the community development fund itself is a little bit thinner, a little bit leaner than the building fund. And revenue from development has been lower than anticipated. Now, I don't envy, Will's job or, Josh Wheeler in the engineering department trying to anticipate when is development going to happen, because, a lot of that's driven by the economy, by cost of construction, et cetera, that we don't have any control. So what we put together in development revenue is often a best guess. And sometimes it's a timing issue between when projects start. Sometimes they get held up in legislation, and sometimes they just don't happen. So development revenue has been down. It began the year with a higher than anticipated ending fund balance or beginning fund balance. So they've had a little bit of a buffer there to kind of offset that development revenue loss. But The expenses, they actually underspent their expenses because primarily they had some professional legal costs that we put into the budget. There was anticipation of the 2024 legislative cycle, where there were some things in regards to housing, climate friendly, et cetera, that we were anticipating having to respond to as a city to, pivot to respond to that legislation. That did not happen quite as we anticipated. There is some underspending there. I won't really call it underspending because we artificially increased it to respond to that kind of non-operating occurrence that didn't happen. And Colo continues to manage the budget. There's some grant money in there as well that we're working through. That didn't. There's just different pivots that you could get more detail from Colo as you wish, but the ending fund balance is a position. That's kind of. And finally, the public works funds. This one actually has the colors, so sorry for those of you who can't see color, but this is development revenue again, kind of the same story there. It does affect the public works funds, particularly the engineering fund. It does a lot of the permitting, the review, the construction, those sorts of things. Now, keep in mind the public works funds have like the most amount of dollars in those funds because of the managed infrastructure projects they have to do. So investment income for them was a lot larger than anticipated, and proves to do well for them for projects. When you think about the public works funds, there's really the five that we were on that slide earlier: transportation, engineering, water, sewer, and storm. So when you think about public works, you have to think about the user fees. I get calls every day from people that love to pay their user fees, and they're happy that they're increasing. Actually, the revenue's gone up. I mean, so it's higher than anticipated. That's often a crapshoot. Usually, we know they're going to go up by 3%. We have some statutory limits for water, wastewater, and storm. Those are all in the same kind of realm where we know those rates in advance. Usage is the big variable there. Obviously, if you have a hotter summer, if people are intending on watering, that uses more water. However, the conservation, push can also affect that. So, anyways, we kind of do our best guess in the budget process about the user fees, and these happen to come in, better than anticipated, which is great. Not by much, but it's positive. As far as the expenses go, and personnel services again, they've had some vacancies that they brought into this biennium. I'm going to go back to COVID, where they had some vacancies that occurred even just as people were leaving the state, and those have continued to widen with the surplus. They haven't spent all the personnel services that they anticipated. John's retiring. There's some other people coming in. There's a few vacancies still. John's retirement has nothing to do with any fundamentals. So, capital projects, as I said, public works, you think of the infrastructure. This is where all of our capital projects really exist. The only other part that really has capital projects is parks. And I wanted to just kind of think through the different utilities. Think about water. I mentioned WIFIA projects and how back in 2021, maybe 2019 even, the staff came to the commission and said we've got about $88 million worth of water projects that need to be done. There was a conversation on debt. There was a conversation about rate increases. We didn't get the rate increase. We got approval to issue debt, which we went out to the federal government and borrowed from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, and borrowed about $16 million. We haven't drawn down any of those funds. The city is required to match on a 49-51% basis the amount of federal funds. We're spending all of our funds in advance to defer as much interest costs that we can, and those projects are moving forward. But that whole fund is kind of programmed around those projects for the next through maybe 2028 construction period, and then from there the continue to pay their debt. Transportation is doing well. Obviously, there's two components of that fund. There's the gas tax, and then there's the PMUF, which is the pavement maintenance user fee. Money they use is used to, just keep the pavement maintenance index up where it was targeted at, be 64 or 70%. And that will continue to do projects. The pavement maintenance utility fee is coming in pretty much at a predictable rate. The projects are using those funds. There's no need to necessarily stock them up, except for if there is a larger than the normal project.
Are you throwing the vehicle registration fee in with commingling that? You're saying that's part of the gas tax line item there that you're looking at?
Yeah, it's not, it is in the gas, mingle with the gas tax. And so the gas tax projects don't go towards the pavement maintenance, they go more towards the kind of street project that might be in conjunction with a water project or a wastewater project. John, you could maybe share more about.
Do you have any idea of how much we've been bringing in since that fee started?
I don't have a
Because
number.
I'm assuming there's a formula, the county gives us so much and then they take the majority of it, I presume, but all the cities are sharing. So
Yeah.
a portion of it, from what I understand.
I don't have a cumulative number. I could get that for you. I do know that it came in lower than anticipated this last fiscal year. I'm not quite sure the drivers behind that.
Well, DMV said about a month ago that vehicle registration were down in our county and statewide, so that could be part of it.
Okay. I registered my vehicle, so but yeah, I will continue to monitor. And if you'd like, I can get you a number from.
Yeah, I was just curious, 'cause, I hear from our friends on the Hill, we hear some complaining about they would like to have more of it. I said, I don't think so. So,
Thank you.
They want more of ours.
oh, they want more of a share of it, of course. I said, nope.
I'm gonna move, there's wastewater projects, stormwater projects, and there's just so much there beyond the scope of this conversation. Each one of those funds, though, back on the slide that has the numbers, reflects a good ending fund balance. Keep in mind that for capital projects, that is more subject to timing. The end of the fiscal year falls right in the construction season. So we have to estimate when the, year-end number is gonna be, but sometimes that slides and goes into July, August, September. So keep in mind as well that some of those numbers are based on the fact that we pay as we go. We accumulate those monies to do the large projects. We just don't have much debt. So moving into the future, these are kind of the strengths and what we call the wild cards that we're looking forward to, both in this current fiscal year that we're in now, 24-25, and also into the coming bienniums. So we're in a strong financial position. I couldn't say that more strongly, that we are, it's a great place to be in right now. We have strong commission goals. You can hear about that. I appreciate what has been done this last year as you hear about the updates. Our financial oversight and coordination has been good. One of the things we've done in the last couple of years is actually myself and some of my staff meet monthly with each department or bi-monthly, and we go over the budget to actuals. We answer any questions about accounting issues. We talk strategy, we talk fees, we talk different things. And I think that's how it's kind of increased the dialogue. And then just that leads into managing the group budgets, so we're not close to, even close to the budget limits. We're also economically good spot. Some of the wild cards that we're looking at are development revenue uncertainty. We talked a little bit about that. If you think geographically around the city, kind of where those new areas are going to develop. Think about like Beaver Creek area, and Park Place, etc. Don't know exactly when. Some of those have different challenges, legal, with its costs, etc. Economic impacts. We talked about inflation. I'm talked to Jerome Powell just last night. And, obviously, we're looking for a rate decrease at some point in the near future. Obviously, lower interest rates are good if you want to borrow, bad if you invest. They also affect the stock market, which we'll talk about in relation to employee costs, PERS costs. change. The PERS is Public Employee Retirement System. And they set those rates for employers every 2 years. Our biennium matches that 2-year cycle, so we're already hearing, we'll know exactly in October of 2024 what our rates will be. But they are already anticipated to go up somewhere between 3%, 5% of pay. The market has underperformed, even the targets that the PERS actuaries set haven't been met. Obviously, if rates go down, the stock market goes up, there's just timing issues there, but that's one of the factors if for employment. Health insurance continues to go up. We've actually had some good years in health insurance. Patrick can attest to that. We've had some, really low increases. We're starting to see those change. And also, I should have spelled this out, but CBA's collective bargaining agreement, both of our unions, collective bargaining agreements are set to be negotiated again in January 2025. So, those are 3-year cycles and they fall at the same time. We'll see how those play out. Future of urban renewal, as the Urban Renewal Commission decides the next biennium what it's going to do moving forward. That will obviously have a financial impact in both ways. Obviously, if the urban renewal district moves forward, the whole point of that tool is to generate increased assessed value in the urban renewal district area, which will generate more taxes to serve that area in the future and city in the future. If the urban renewal district doesn't move forward, obviously the amount of general fund money that is being essentially shifted over to the urban renewal fund, that would be back in the coffers of the city. Either way, there's some financial impact there. The last little point is just increased services to accommodate growth. I mean, just hearing from Captain Davis every week about just the services that are being given to some of the areas of our city as they're grown, and as more residents come in, et cetera. And everything, parks, line, library continues to grow. So we need to anticipate that in essence, and another slide, but it's not dinner yet. In essence, though, we're in a good, strong financial position, and moving into the budget cycle in the next, we'll start tomorrow, but it's really the end of 5 months from now in January when we get back together. And the commission sets new goals for the next biennium, and the departments decide to, take another shot at where they're at, and we'll move forward into another biennium. And it's a good place to be. So that is my report.
So you did, I know that it's going to be addressed separately, but you didn't show any call out for parks.
No, I didn't.
In our cemetery.
Yeah, that choice is mainly because there's so many different departments in the general fund. I could have gone department by department that would have extended this a lot longer, but I didn't go to police, I didn't go to parks, I didn't go to finance.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was some more specific.
Yeah, there was some things that we've had some chats about, but here's my real question is that, well, since forever, we've known that development is cyclical. So I sometimes think back, and of course you can always think back in hindsight when previous community development director by the name of John Block went to the commission and said, oh, we're going to make community development completely self-supporting. And of course, that was during the time we were, busting at the seams, not that we're not quite busting. So since it's cyclical, how are you looking at anticipating those ups and downs? Because I mean, something could happen tomorrow. I mean, obviously we didn't anticipate COVID, and that's the extreme. But I'm thinking more towards moving towards the center line as, let's say interest rates go down. Does that mean we're going to have, that things are going to be booming again? Probably not, because it takes a while for it to ramp up. So I guess I worry a little bit about, particularly the community development fund being, I know it's not 100% based on being self-supporting, because it's never been self-supporting. And with all of the new requirements that we're going to be having from the state, and knowing that they're not going to pony up a lot of money, I get concerned about that particular aspect of our our staffing where, you know, we've got development review, but then we've got all the other stuff that's piled high that we have to get to somehow, some way.
Yeah. Well, the respond from a financial perspective, you're absolutely right that the community development fund is not self-supporting. In fact, there's a general fund transfer that goes into that department every year. Essentially the backstop, the way we look at this, one reason why I chose that fund to talk about is that there are several funds that use the general fund as a backstop if the economy goes down. So you have a couple different factors that you have to look at them. You look at the income dropping and you either have to transfer more money in from the general fund, or you have to look at the services that are being provided there. Do you reduce those services in conjunction with the demand or not? And that's where Aquila and Tony would have to, make those decisions. But from a financial perspective, it is something that we look at, and I think there is a level of concern about how you sustain that. And
So, yeah,
of course, let me take it.
my concern also stems from the fact that much of what that department needs to do, with the exception of the development part, has to do with the ongoing health and welfare of the community in terms of our livability. So when we do that prior planning, we kind of have a pathway to know where we're going to be in, 5, 10, our 2040 as classic example. We really would like to make sure we have sufficient funding so we can implement the things that our community told us that they want to have. And so I get, since I worked in that department for many years, I was always concerned about what about this stuff? I mean, in the best of all possible worlds, we would staff up so that our development review staff and our long-range planning staff had more people so they could do the long-range planning that we want to get to where we get the revenue down the road. I mean, to me, it's an investment that we do that prior planning. And even though we've been shot down in a couple of places by the courts, I still think that there is a value in the implementation of that plan. I was looking at the 2040 just a couple of nights ago, thinking, okay, how are we going to get this done? How are we going to get that done? And I think our community, deserves to have that implemented. So I'm just thinking about how we, without breaking the bank, we add, more funding to do those livability things that will pay off in the long run.
I agree. I think that as we move into the next budget cycle, one of the things that we talked about doing and want to continue ramping up to do is more long-range planning. At least we're on a 2-year budget rather than 1-year budget, but even a 2-year budget requires, foresight, something like a 6-year look back, three guidance to look forward into the future. So I don't think the community development fund even has necessarily a target, and so that is an area that we do need to look at and see what is sustainable. I think it's now probably would withstand a major downturn. To date, the city is having a high transfer.
Well, the other thing I pointed out during the budget session is that we have not raised our tax rate. And I know that causes people to have heart palpitations, but 12 years is a long time and things are just getting more expensive. I'm not saying we're looking at a huge leap. I mean, I just threw out at the budget meeting, 0.5% to 1%. I said, what would that give us if we did that? I mean, it's such a small increment. But some of the other questions I have to do with increasing the dollar amounts in that department, and also have some notes about parks and some other stuff here. So I'll wait for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions, gentlemen?
Sure.
Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, yeah, I know there's not an accurate answer to this, but just on your first slide, where, every fund has substantially higher balance than planned. That's, if you add those up, it's like $19 million. So I guess my question is, how much of that is timing, either in the way projects got built or the way they're rolling out, and how much of that is going to end up not getting spent just because we've only got 8 months left in the year or in the cycle, whatever.
Well, we have, at this point, this is looking at a June 30, 2024 timeframe. So we have, according to these numbers, we have 12 months.
A year, right?
A year.
Sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay. it depends on the fund. I will say that, in the general fund, the library, community development, there are not projects that are of such magnitude that, there's a timing issue at June 30th. I mean, those are service-oriented funds that are primarily provided by staff, rather than, capital outlay and the public works funds. Those are most of those differences are good for the purpose of future capital. If there may be a delay, didn't analyze those numbers down to the exact dollar on delay, but there's such a longer time period in the public works fund. They're dealing with, 20-year looks at capital items, so. But in the general fund and the library, community development, those are, most of those are not timing issues. I do need to, you brought up something, Commissioner Mitchell, that I do need to include in this. In the 5.5 million, there's about $1.9 million that is restricted. And the restrictions are things that we've talked about in the past, like opioid settlement money, Metro Enhancement Grant Program money, and tourism. Those are in the general fund, but they're dedicated for particular purposes. So about 3.2, 3.4. I don't do math after 4 o'clock, but whatever that number is, that's the unrestricted that there's a few things that go into that general fund ending fund balance that should be considered as we move forward. I definitely want to caveat that I don't think that we're in a position to just go let's just go reprogram this surplus and go spend it somewhere else. Mainly because we're in the first year of a biennium, and we have a 2-year biennium for a reason, which is move forward on the projects we've got.
Well, I guess I'd also want to add, while that total is that number added up, remember, really, when I think about this, all things being equal, the two lines that mean the most to me are general fund and CD. Because library is restricted because it's from the district. Public works are all going to be restricted because those are going to be utility fees that come in. So even though there's a surplus there, it can't be used to go build a park, right?
Right.
And then the other thing on that general fund was, remember, about 900,000 of that is potentially a one-time not collecting urban renewal.
Right.
That's jumping that number a little bit.
Okay,
Did that answer?
yeah, that helped a lot, thank you.
Frank, did you have something?
Well, Commissioner Mitchell, as always, is thinking just as I was, because we look really flush, we're at sometimes our on hand at a point in time, snapshot in time is double what we budgeted. And the timing piece that Matt brought up was important to me. The major projects are always our water, wastewater, stormwater. I mean, I don't want a false sense of security knowing we're very comfortable knowing that on the horizon, these things are forthcoming. Some will be predictable and some will be, they will emerge as unplanned. So, it would be interesting to hear what the future holds, particularly from the public works perspective, since it looks so good at the moment. I don't want to be lulled into a false sense of security. I did see a couple things on a smaller basis that, I've always said government is a service organization, and obviously 90% of our expenses in the general fund are spent on personnel. And I've always said, and I said this in my business life, say it now, whether it be equipment, programs, or personnel, every expenditure must bring value. And it's easy for an organization to grow, but make sure that there's value in every expenditure. And I think the other thing that Mr. Zook talked about that was obviously linked was the impact on the development revenue impact on both public works and community development. They're one and the same.
And that one's a trickle down, right? Because it's not only the fees that come in to pay the planners to review the applications or the engineers to review the engineered plans for the public infrastructure improvements associated with the commercial development. But, that hits the SDCs across the board, right? So assumptions that we're making on, the difference between 200 houses and 120 houses, right, does hit, water, sewer, transportation, every one of those SDCs as well. But, we don't use those for operations, right? Essentially, that's just delaying the ability to do a project on that collection of that SDC.
Well, I think there'll be a lot of future demands placed on local jurisdictions like our own by other levels of government. We may want to monitor that to see if we're funded correctly and can respond and do what we need to do. In my mind, sometimes protect our citizens from other levels of government.
We talked about that at a commission meeting where we have that trickle down effect and we're at the bottom
Yeah,
and we don't get any, recovery costs on that. As a matter of fact, I had a citizen ask me the other day if I had any discuss, we had a discussion about whether or not we should ask for some fee in lieu from the county for all the untaxable property that they have and all the services that we have to provide that they are not causing, but contributing to. And I said, we've had that discussion over time. I know we had it when I worked for the city and, we were completely rebuffed, but I think you're correct. It's getting more critical now as we have more and more demands put on us by other organizations that are other governmental agencies that cause us to spend money that we might not otherwise be spending. There is, there's parity somewhere now. Of course, these other organizations don't agree with that, but it's worth having a conversation about, at least internally.
well, I think it should be an ongoing conversation because our position as county seat makes us vulnerable to others utilizing our services. But then the flip side of that is, well, if you're contributing, then you feel
Obligated.
yeah, more,
Return, yes.
more apt to use, so. We're really pleased, Matt, that the ongoing monitoring of the budget. I mean, I appreciate that. That you watch it with short savings of time rather than get to the edge of the cliff and realize we have a problem. And also, I'm happy that we noted that there will be some funding sources that will no longer exist in the future. So keep those in mind, but very good. Well done.
Adam? Anything to add?
Well, not originally, but on the point that Commissioner O'Donnell just brought up about funding sources that aren't going to exist. This is something that I was talking about when we were having those original budget discussions, and the fact that I was worried about how we were investing grant monies for a case manager position. And that's just another reminder that we need to be prepared for that when we come to the next budget. If we want to keep that position, that we're going to have to remember that once that money runs out, we're going to have to either look at cutting something else or raising taxes somewhere else. And that's a position I didn't want us to be in. But in the end, I am glad that we, as an example, have that position. And but that is for a future discussion down the road.
Nothing to add to that so far.
I think you gave the word, so we're at the break now.
You want to you want to take 5 minutes to grab something if somebody wants a snack or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it said on your schedule here, you have, is it 4:45?
Yeah, I think we weren't sure.
Right, you're just session.
Hold on.
We're back in session from our break, so we're moving on to the next part, which is commission goals update.
So now we're gonna start the review of our 23-25 goals, that the commission put together. Help us form the budget that we're currently in, as well as some of the strategies that we're implementing, to complete those tasks that we've been asked to do. So these are gonna be pretty high level, basic summaries. Once again, for example, Patrick's gonna go first with, the first goal. Please ask questions as we go. Let's not save them to the end and see if we can get through them. This is really just a snapshot of where we're at with the 23-25 goals. You know, it's an accumulation of averages. You know, it's a little bit of art, a little bit of science in these estimates, but it's really tracking where we think we are in the work plan, or how much money's been spent, whatnot. There's not one hard and fast way that we decide where we're at. And then as we go through each one of these slides, you know, specifically here for the DEI work that we're doing with goal 1.1, you know, we have an estimate of where we're completed on each one of these tasks, each one of these goals as we go through each of these slides. So unless anybody has any questions for me, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Patrick, and we'll start working our way through the goals. And I think, you know, when we're ready to eat, let's just, you know, we can just decide and break that. So that we get, there's no specific place that we need to stop as we're going through this. Thanks.
Patrick, everybody else has to set the tone now that you're setting the bar.
Keep it low.
No.
No numbers, not exciting.
Who's the president?
Yep. You got your 16s. I got you 16. Yeah, plan is to just really briefly go over the work and activities that Lamont Brown, Triangle Advising, and city staff has been working through to support goal 1. Which is to create a collaborative environment that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion, resulting in a safe, inclusive community and organization. Acknowledging, you know, this was a multi-year project. We have that 35% complete, thinking, you know, we've got activity schedules through June 2025, so it's 10 more. As a refresher, these are the initiatives that the city staff has been working through. Just to kind of list them off, re-engage the community DEI task force, or the one we started a couple of years back. Deliver DEI education and training opportunities for our city staff. Create an employee DEI work group made up of employees. Wasn't as explicit, but we had goals to communicate with the public and staff throughout the work that we're doing, so keep people updated on this work. And wanted to explore process improvements in recruitment and selection, so something that's kind of coming later phases this way. Just a mini update on the community task force is back up and running and meeting. They've met once so far. Total of 13 members, 9 are returning from that initial group that came together back in 2000. And 4 new faces to that group. They've held their first meeting back in July and are scheduled every other month through June 2025. One of the more engaging initiatives for us has been the creation of the staff DEI work group. We kind of put out an open invitation. 24 employees signed up, representing really diverse perspectives and coming from all corners of our organization. The group has met twice so far, first back in May and again in July, and we're scheduled again on every other month basis through June. Just one note on this group, you know, we hope to, I know we've got end dates with this goal and budget process, but this is, you know, one of the efforts here is to establish this group that can continue on beyond just we're focused on the first set where Lamont is kind of taking charge and leading this group, kind of setting us on a path forward. Couple of the accomplishments or things that they've achieved already. Lamont led a conversation with the entire group with the purpose and talk about purpose and commitment of that DEI work group, which was a really good way to kind of set the stage. The group also helped us review and provide feedback perspective on the city's employee survey that we recently put out. So kind of a great example where city leadership had this idea and a plan, took a first stab at it, but then walked through the goals, and that group got to kind of review ahead of time, provide some ideas on how we'd implement, how we'd share that survey. So that was really nice. And then Lamont also led an activity where employees discussed the challenges, the potential actions the city could take, strengths, the organization's opportunities from a DEI lens, and they also took some time to talk about the training topics that employees would like to see.
You have some topics you want to share with us?
Some of the topics.
Yeah, that they came up with.
I guess I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know obviously bias is a key core concept that the group wanted to focus on to start with. I think during that conversation, there were some ideas about how to engage the public, which is a tough one, right? Like in different ways. So I know kind of my next slide is to touch base on the plan, but Lamont has outlined, I don't have it off the top of my head, but
Sounds good.
concepts that you want to look for. Kind of a good segue, the other, just an update on that training education component or initiative. Lamont's completed 1 of 6 training sessions that are planned over the next few months. He started with the city's leadership team and all the managers, and he went through what he just presented at or identified as DEI 101. And we've got 4 sessions scheduled throughout the rest of the year to try and get every employee through that same training so that they all have the same base knowledge of the concepts that he wanted to present and some activities that he walked us through. Our last slide here is just a couple of the highlights, a list of some of the touch points and communications and efforts to inform and engage the community as we work through these things. A couple of the keys for me, work group and task force members volunteered to participate in the Juneteenth event where they hosted a tent and shared some information during that event at the library. I also wasn't a part of this conversation, but Lamont and staff engaged the school district recently. They discussed, ways to kind of partner, whether it's kind of sharing information, and they discussed and have a plan to distribute information and things that the city are working on, opportunities, events, kind of including the task force to try and engage the families of our community. So I thought that was a good step and activity. And then finally, Lamont plans to join us in November. We'll come to a commission meeting and provide you all with an update on progress at that time. My quick overview.
I would ask the same question of each of these 7 presentations, and the question is always, how do you measure success? And I think Patrick's done a pretty darn good job as far as, here's the measurable things we've accomplished. And I don't know how you measure changes in attitudes or increased communication skills, or I don't know how you measure that other than visually observing it, but as far as giving a presentation that says, here's where I'm at, here's why, I think you can't ask for more.
And it is interesting to kind of have this deadline of June 2025, because so often we have this conversation that we want this to be an ongoing, mindset and, have this lens throughout our organization. So, but kind of focusing on, like you say, some key these kind of goals, these initiatives, these projects, these steps that we're taking. So thanks so much.
Anybody else? Nope. Anything else? All right, I think we got David Knoll.
Hello, everyone. Not like go by. He does send his greetings. He sent an email to everyone giving an update on his, how he's feeling, and conditions are everybody appreciates all the good thoughts and, pursuing some of his work here. I'm going for the most boring slides, of the day, and we'll see how that goes, but I'm talking about goal 2. Invest in current and capital and future capital needs for safe, sustainable infrastructure and city services. For us in IT, that means dollar investments in equipment, software, et cetera. It also means trying to use those existing resources even better, or in a different way, or a different tool. That makes sense. This is a list of some of our recent infrastructure investments and projects. I'll go through them. I added some color. On the left here is an indicator for the budget impact, whether it's cost you money, cost the city money, or reduced costs. So the overall, we can expect a balance of this, where we'll spend money on equipment, we'll also remove some services, streamline services. So the Avigilon door access control system, this is facilities overall for the city, which has been in need of some investment, and we've been making that investment. Door access controls and cameras have been standardized across the city, 2 small exceptions. And we're completing the Pioneer access control and cameras via grant assessment. But the big goal was to standardize on a single system, single card, simplify that process for everybody. This year we completed City Hall, library, and community development. And then, Pioneer Center is undergoing updates starting in September. The rest of the city is potentially next fiscal year. That's mainly pool and cemetery, which are outdated in other ways. Mimecast email spam replacement. So Mimecast has been our spam filter, large file send tool for the last number of years. We are discontinuing those services in November and fully committing to the O365 world, which has similar, if not better, tools at an included cost for our existing licensing. So we're saving money by dropping the service in this case. Cybersecurity tools, implementation and update. Mike likes to talk about the 4 pillars of security, and I've taken the liberty of adding the 5th one on. What we learned in the network event is that we prepare for everything, but again, kind of backup is always important. So we've been working on the 4 pillars of security. Email, as I mentioned, we're moving over to the Office 365 suite. That includes retention, archiving, and more standardized protection tools. There's a number of things in O365 that we could do seminars on. Email is just one piece of that. Network detection and response. We used to have a product called Darktrace, which was working well. We've changed that to a different product called Vectra, and that includes not only similar network protection, but also a 24/7 network operations center that will come to our aid if we are unavailable or it's 2 in the morning. So they will be monitoring if we are able to, and add that later. Endpoints security, our newest product, Illumio, which we purchased shortly after the network event last year, can be considered sort of a soft firewall. It can identify either malicious or just unwanted traffic, and we can filter that and stop that. It's Illumio. The endpoint virus protection tool using CrowdStrike. Again, after the network event, we added CrowdStrike to our portfolio. That also has a 24/7 network operations center. And that also has integration to our other network tools. And as I mentioned, the backups will continue with our current data. So these are ongoing projects. Some of those have had initial costs, for instance, for the Vector implementation, but overall costs over the course of the contract. And the last one on this page, cloud-based data center Azure, operational and in use. We've been talking for some time about our cloud strategy, how we're going to insulate ourselves from potential disaster to the city. Can we keep working if something happens to our equipment here? Using Azure and cloud services, we can do that. And we have our architecture built in Azure. It is in use, and we're continuing to move things into that environment. This is an increase in cost because it's a service-based subscription, you pay for that data. There's other savings that we're going to see by doing this work, by eliminating some on-prem services and hardware. So this is an initial outlay with a long-term benefit. Those are the major projects. No colors on this slide, I apologize. This is not so much an update on exact projects, but things that are ongoing with minor costs, not big investments on any pieces of all the pilot initiatives. Migration to Microsoft Teams and OneDrive. We have, in our effort to move to the cloud, we have a large file server that is being replaced and moving into Teams and OneDrive. All of the files that we have in the cloud should network event happen, we would still have all that data in the cloud. And we're working with departments to migrate all of the shared file and all of their department files into OneDrive or Teams. We have two departments, IT, for so continuing to work with the departments to finish that. Tyler Technologies, there's a lot of action going on with Tyler. We're invested in Tyler Technologies, which provides our finance software, our permitting software, timekeeping for resources, etc. So business licensing is migrating to an online portal for the citizen. We want to make sure we not only want to, but we will be mandated at some point by the state to have these available online. And there's a project that is nearing completion and is ready to go live with renewals in November. Permitting process is also a big development project. We have some consultants who are helping with that. Elizabeth great about defining that project and looking through where we are now and where we want to be. That also includes the citizen portal. So go online and apply and pay and store documents. Code enforcement also is looking for a change in their program, working with them to determine if they're going to choose the code enforcement module within Tyler or some other product or how it's being done. There's no date on that yet, working with code enforcement on how it's going to unfold. And then in the near future, things that are impacted by all of the other Tyler projects that we've been talking about. So they all sort of come together. Tyler payments, to include some PCI compliance and updates. ExecuTime, which is a timekeeping software that's strictly for payroll, except it could be rolled into a larger HR module. And that's one of the things we're talking about. Many of you might know the mobile app, OC Request. Tyler Tech also has a mobile app that does something very similar, but also shows the Tyler Tech, all of our finance data if you're approved or have the appropriate access. And of course, the big one is the actual migration to a hosted environment on Tyler Tech. So that's taking all of our on-prem. You might recall last year during the network event, finance had a tough time getting into Encode to pay, to do payroll. So this hosted solution would put that into the cloud, even if we're down, we'll still be able to have those services. And the last one, the gift that nobody asked for, but we have is the OregonCityOr.gov domain. That will be used for some grants and eventually will be associated with our email addresses, but it's a rollout. Not saying your emails are going to change, but just heads up, we have that as well.
So if it's the gift that keeps on giving, why do we have to do it?
Some grants require the having a .gov domain to obtain grant funding. That's one of the reasons.
And why?
It's a good question. It's an easy thing to solve to fit with those requirements. But that's the only requirement I'm aware of offhand is the grant thing. There's probably some other benefits.
Another trickle down these things.
And I mean, there are some things, it's not the reason they're doing it, but another benefit is on our social media channels. Is we can't get verification and other benefits to them because we don't have a .gov URL. Whereas if I was able to submit that, it would automatically allow us to get the verification and not have to jump through other hoops when it comes to like paid posts. Because even something about road construction they view as politics or social issues, and I have to jump through a bunch of hoops to do that. Facebook Meta.
Oh,
This would be the third one since I've been here, changed. Originally it was like ci.oregon-city.or.us, then we went to .org.
it was that long.
And then we went to, we'll be moving to .gov. But if you go in right now, we actually still pick up ci.oregon-city.or.us. So I mean, there's ways that we can smooth this transition over.
So that probably means we'll be getting less emails from the city of Oregon in Ohio.
Potentially. Unless they go to .gov.
Yeah, that's true.
OH.
So Tyler, I don't know, I mean, that's just me, but
I can talk a little more about Tyler.
sure, it's like, we're gonna put all of our eggs in one basket. I mean, I know that it's difficult when you have different programs, they're trying to interface with each other and do all that, but everything being in one place with one entity makes me nervous.
I understand that, and there is that risk with a single, putting all your eggs in one basket. Tyler has satisfied us that they're providing services to different agencies across the nation in a way that we're satisfied with, at least for our products. The main key is how is the product working for us, right? So we like having a suite of Tyler products so that they can talk to each other. So planning, you can talk to building, you can talk to code, you can talk to public works, et cetera. So there are some benefits. And we want to be wary about putting all the eggs in one basket. I mean, for instance, the code enforcement, they're looking at that module and it would work well with the rest of the other Tyler Tech products, but it might not be the best fit for them. So they're weighing that.
Having been through adoption of these type of programs, there is a benefit to those that already work well with each other. Is trying to link them and overcome the communication with coalitions prohibited. I do hope, and I feel very good about your department, that as we increase the amount of access granted through some of these initiatives, that the defensive measures you talked about are applied in every case. I'm confident that they are. It's more a comment question. And the only other question is, water being the most valuable resource and the most critical resource, is there any conversation going on between South Fork and Oregon City in a shared effort to provide these defenses, to your knowledge?
I know that there's been some conversations. The topic has been brought up on how we could either collaborate or lend expertise one way or the other. I'm not aware of any current work that we are doing with them. And depending on that relationship with South Fork and the city, you know, are we gonna share tools or gonna have similar tools? How that might work, I'm not sure of yet, but we're not engaged in anything at this point.
He's asking primarily because at every meeting since we had our breach, I have asked this question. And I've said, why are you not talking to Michael? Why are you not talking to David? Please talk to Michael and David, because we do have a new business manager. I mean, this IT is not that person's bailiwick, and neither is our director's bailiwick. And I said, why not take advantage of the city of Oregon City's expertise? They've been through these things. They could provide you with some counsel, at least at that point. They've done some RFPs and put out some providers. And of course, I asked the question, I said, did you have the city take a look at your RFP to make sure, just get another set of eyes on it? And, you know, I'm getting a little, but I'm gonna continue to ask the question because I am concerned. Even though their SCADA system is separate and this is separate, I wanna have the confidence in their system that I have in our system to know that if anything happens, that there are safeguards and fail safes in place rather than getting, oh, don't worry about it. Nobody can touch it. I'm, yeah.
There's a growth in every cybersecurity framework.
Yes. Thank you, Frank.
I think we're happy to talk with them in whatever detail they want about their needs and recommendations. And some of these are longer term
Yes,
programs.
yes, exactly.
Sorry.
Consider the question, cross-check on our activities in South Fork. Water being the most critical resource to sustain life. We want, and we need joined at the hip, South Fork and Oregon City. We want to make sure that we're jointly protected. So it falls to us as members of that board to drive that point home at that meeting. Thanks.
Any other questions for David? Nope. All right.
So, David kind of mentioned that goal 2 is really focused on planning for the future, and for parks, that's really related around the SDCs. That's how we pay for some of the things that we want to do in the future. So just to give kind of a brief background on this project, on July 6th, 2023, we engaged the services of our Rothstein Group to help us revise our SDC methodology. We have a project team that's been working on that internally, along with our consultants from the Parks Master Plan. Some of that information has been presented to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and we're currently working on our capital improvement plan, which was also shared in the joint work session, and expect to complete this revision by January 2020. Just for reference, that last revision of Parks SDCs was in 2000, so quite some time. Our consultant has reviewed the provided capital improvement plan, CIP, and it has integrated that information into the SDC analysis model. We met with them on May 15th, and we have another meeting with them again tomorrow to review some of the results of their work. And really kind of discuss the issues related to capacity versus maintenance. SDCs can only be spent on things that improve or increase capacity in parks, not necessarily deferred maintenance. Look at some of those development cost assumptions and then some growth versus the existing development requirements. We're providing those additional details that we receive through people like our friends in planning who come across these things as they're doing development reviews. We pass that information along to our consultant Deb to leverage her expertise on these components that may be eligible for SDCs. And as we advance, we plan to meet with our consultant and the project team to discuss the next steps. We're looking to provide an update on the project to PRAC and the City Commission. Just some key dates as we move forward. So here in the month of August, our consultant has really completed their demographic analysis needed for the residential, non-residential growth cost allocation. And then this week, they're working on completing the draft of the growth share analysis for improvement and reimbursement analysis, and then identify any remaining questions for staff so that we can really drive towards a new draft report. Again, we have a meeting with them tomorrow to kind of transition this project over to me
It's one of our highest priorities here in the transition period between directors is to keep this project moving forward. So I'll be working with Alex and helping them. And then looking at the week of September 9th, we're hoping to have a draft of the improvement and reimbursement SDCs. Following that, city staff review and discussion, finalize those numbers, draft a report, and bring that forward to PrAC and the City Commission for review. Questions?
So will you be giving us the high level overview of this before it goes to PrAC?
Yes, yes. Definitely want to get your feedback before we take it to PrAC for discussion. And we'll finalize that timeline.
Okay. I'm super excited about this.
So,
So.
SDCs are something near and dear to our hearts and communities we serve on, staying ahead of costs and making sure they're properly allocated. I like what I see.
Any other questions?
thank you.
I love the graphic.
Thank you.
All right.
This whole thing scares me. I want to step back like, let's do it.
Keep going. I'm scared he's got 2 days left, but who knows? where this-
Yeah. Well, again, thank you very much for this one. Capital projects are near and dear to my heart, so I appreciate the fact that the commission has infrastructure as a goal. It makes sense because it's such a big part of the city's budget, so I agree with that. But I think a couple things that I wanted to mention was I feel good about the fact that we have such a significant capital improvement plan right now and budget. I applaud you for adopting that, and we've gone through a lot of work with the WIPIA and just kind of community discussion about funding of capital and funding of public infrastructure, and you've been at the forefront of that. So I especially want to thank you for that. This percent completed thing has been a challenge for this topic in particular because it's not always super clear unless you're 100% done with the project, how to measure that, right? And so I think that number is conservative. I actually think we're a little further along than that number, but I also recognize that how do you measure that thing? How do you measure capital and knowledge that accomplish? But how do you do it when you got projects that are multiple years, different kinds of funding sources, all kinds of things. So anyway, that's I just said. Can you read that? Read that okay? I read that. I probably could have made that picture a little smaller and a little bigger. Just to give you a little bit, this is just really trying to give you a sense of where we're at. So not started and construction completed, and then I've kind of got this other category over here as well. So, and I also broke up this one topic of infrastructure into 4 slides because you know me, I like my slides. I wanted to break it up into the different utility funds and try to share with you some details about each of those. So I've got a slide on transportation, water, sewer, and stormwater. I like the questions that came up about Matt's slides and the dollar amount. So I created this based on a table that's in the budget. So in the back of your budget, finance department put together a nice summary of all the capital projects, some of which they combined with the bigger projects are specifically named in this table. So I worked with finance department to get that, expand upon that, figure out where the spending is on these projects. And because the other difference between what Matt shared and what I shared, this table includes not only the utility fund, but it also includes the SDC funding that goes into a lot of these projects. So the numbers I'm going to share with you are kind of what we had planned for that particular transportation project. And so I just wanted to be clear about that because these projects have both SDC funding in them and utility rate funding. And that utility rate funding includes, for transportation, it includes gas taxes, it includes the vehicle registration fee, and it includes our payment maintenance. I'm probably not gonna touch on all of them because of the timeline, but what I wanted to say about the transportation budget is, the overall budget, all these projects combined is 16,250,000. I rounded a little bit, but that's generally what that is. And, of that, we've spent to date about 6 million and we've encumbered about 6 million. So from an spent and encumbered perspective, the transportation fund is about 74% spent out. That kind of makes sense. It made sense to me because how to measure these, and, lane miles, what's meaningful to you folks usually is the bottom line, dollars, right? Dollars and schedule. So that's kind of what I wanted to report. We've on our pavement maintenance fund and the projects that we've done in pavement maintenance, we've almost overspent that. We're well on track. We're doing a good job. We haven't overspent it, but we've got to stay ahead of that, usually a half season. So we're planning for the paving season next year right now. So I'm feeling really good about the way the pavement maintenance fee comes. We've got several projects that are completed. The ones that aren't, that you might be familiar with. We always have this in our budget a long time, that roundabout right by community development at Lynn, Leland, Myers, all those Central Point Road. We've always had some money in there to do a little more conceptual planning. We haven't spent it. We haven't really started that project because we know we don't have the funding to match with that. So that's pretty bad. I don't know, that's 160,000 or so that we haven't spent. The Quiet Zone, we've spent the 600,000 that we were intended to spend. We've written the check to ODOT, so it's spent. But as you know, we haven't delivered a project yet, but it is moving forward. That's an ODOT managed project, so it's slowly but surely moving forward. The other one that we haven't done, Highway 213, Big Creek Road, right hand turn lane. This is near and dear to Mike's heart. All that congestion that's coming in from either Mike's neighborhood or the county. The idea is to create an acceleration lane and move that through. We budgeted about $3 million for that. We haven't spent any of that on that project. And the main reason is because we don't really have a match. We're still trying to figure out how to marry that project up and the work that we've done with that on with a grant or earmarks, something like that project. But for the most part, those couple of projects that we haven't done and some other projects that aren't 100% complete, I think we're well on track and further along than what the overall capital program budget looks like. So safe routes to school, that project's moving forward. It's a little delayed. We're probably going to have to sacrifice some funding that we have in this other transportation project category to help fund that Hopi Boulevard project. But yeah, for the most part, we feel like most of our capital in this category is on track for complete. Any questions before I move to the next slide?
I know your desire was to have the safe routes to school on Holcomb done before school opened, but because of some project delays beyond our control, it got pushed.
Yeah. Working with the franchise utilities to get their utilities out of the way is becoming more and more difficult. I'll just say that, but that's true. We're going to try and get the little access road work done. That's pretty much done, but we're still going to be on Holcomb Boulevard as well as the Icon development. So I know there's contention about that.
Before we move on from this, can you go into a little more detail about the Maple Lane roundabout situation with PGE and how they suddenly recognized that it wasn't going to work now that we're almost completely finished with it? I drove on it just the other day and it's great, but I was hoping you could provide an update as to how those discussions with PGE are going.
Yes, I can do that. So, yeah, the Maple Lane roundabout is essentially done. Right, it was designed to move the largest kind of typical truck that you would see, on the freeway and typical, that wouldn't have to drive around without a permit. Yeah, I want to say late July, we heard from PGE that, hey, your roundabout that you're building, won't accommodate, some of the vehicles that we use to move transformers in and out of that. They call it the McLaughlin Yard, right, which sits outside the city.
The one on Waldo, the one on Waldo Lane. There's a big former,
It's on Maple.
it's Maple Lane in Waldo. It's
Okay.
huge. And the school district unfortunately bought some property over there right in the power line area. But yeah, the one off of Maple Lane in Waldo.
Yeah. You know, that's an active, basically, transfer station and a transformer station. So they need a lot of that equipment for that use, plus they use it for storage. And, they, you know, as the conversations have been going, I would say they've been going okay, but not quite the way I wanted them. We would have liked to have heard about that much sooner, right? And they should have, whether it was the right folks or not, but they should have known about that. There was plenty of people that were in the queue, but either through the land use development or through a TSP, or through the project itself. They did our lighting design for us, so, you know, there was plenty of opportunity. But,
They routinely get a notice of land use action.
yeah, so anyway, we are communicating with them. I've been to their Hillsborough yard to see, some of the kind of vehicles that they use. These vehicles are massive, really, they're massive. They're probably, you know, 12 feet wide with wheels that cover that whole area. Long, very, very long. One I measured was 140 feet long. It's got a truck and a trailer behind it. They articulate, so they can do a fair amount of pivoting. Some of them, so we're trying to hit several different types of vehicles as well, because they use, depending on the size of the transformer, they use different vehicles. But the issue that we're dealing with right now is, you've seen them, they're a low boy, but these are long low boys, right? So they're very, very long, and they really only clear the ground by about 4 inches. So trying to navigate through those truck aprons or anything, you know, like that is problematic. So we are looking at a couple options. The option that we discussed and have shared with them that we want to kind of get more buy-in from them is more of a bypass. So on the east side, there's quite a bit of room on the east side of the roundabout. If you've been through there, it was landscape area, and it's, while it was not designed for that, it's going to lend itself well to something more like a very wide sidewalk and pedestrian way that would have bollards that would prevent, you know, vehicles from using that, but it would allow for them to remove those bollards so that that large vehicle could move through there and navigate through the roundabout. And so that's what we're looking at right now, but it's a major redesign. We talked, today I sent them an email talking about, hey, this is mostly a PGE expense, so
Yeah.
let's start having that.
Well, I was just going to say that I think I speak for all of us in that if they expect us to be on the hook to pay for those improvements for a major screw up on their end, that's gonna be a big problem.
Yes, it is. I'm totally unsympathetic to anyone that's been advised of what we're gonna do. They should have provided for it, and I don't think we should pony up one thin dime. I mean, they gotta come up with alternative solutions, and that falls to them. You were given proper notice, something continues on, and after completion, you make a statement like that, don't look to us for financial support. That would be my position. I think that was fairly clear.
Who's next?
Well,
Do we have general consensus?
Can I get a motion?
I think it's just unfortunate that, you know,
Oh, it's completely.
even with the first development going over, in the Fair Road area, that just beyond that, you know, that's the signal right there. Hey,
Yeah, if we'd have heard about it then, you know, it would have cost more to build what they need, but it would have been pretty cost effective to just include it with overall package, right?
so we gotta move on.
Wasn't planning to go there, but thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Now you know.
Just make sure you communicate that to them.
Okay, water. So again, water's on track. As you know, we've been talking, there was a little bit of discussion about, you know, how big a contract should go through on the consent agenda. You're seeing some big stuff coming through. I get that. It's things that we planned to do, we know are coming. Matt and Patty are all over the financial model. We're seeing costs that are higher than what we had hoped for. There was a fair amount of contingency, but we're tracking this pretty closely. So I guess, for the most part, your water capital budget is the WIPIA projects, right? It's almost entirely the WIPIA projects. We budgeted to spend, just over $12 million. We've spent 3.9 million, and we've encumbered another 8. So we're about 95% spent out, right, for this biennium. And I would say we're maybe about 3 months off track in terms of just delivering those. I'd hoped we would see Malala under construction by September. I think we're gonna see Malala under construction by late December or January. But that's kind of how the progression of the big projects are tracking. We are gonna be back in Tony's favorite street, Holmes Lane. We'll be back in Holmes Lane again with the big water line too, that really wasn't on our plan, but we decided that needed to be done too. But so we're making good progress on all those projects.
So is that why we're not having the contractor finish up the street?
The contractor did finish up the street,
Well, most,
but
yeah.
we're gonna tear it up with the water line, and then we're gonna come in the next year, pave the whole thing, yeah, so. But we've done a lot of other projects already. This is the Claremont project. That was quite a bit of mainline rehab that we've done. That project is done. And we're just about to kick the Malala Avenue one out for bid solicitation. And, yeah, so I think we've got lots going on there. Yeah. Any questions about water before I move on? Wastewater, let's see, again, wastewater is mostly about infiltration and inflow. That's a big part of our program. We do have some other pump station projects which are showing up. There's a bunch of pump station projects. Really, those are about replacement of the generators that we have on those facilities now. Most of those generators we're struggling to find replacement parts for. So there's some small, $50,000 to $100,000 projects that happen with each of those pump stations, but for the most part, it's I&I. This budget was a $24 million budget. We've spent through June 6.5 million, and we've encumbered another 17 million. So again, we see this one as about 97% spoken for in terms of dollars. So we think we're on track here. That inflow and infiltration program, especially as it pertains to private properties. We're learning a lot about working on private properties, working with the building department to get those permits and do the kind of trenchless works that we like to do. We feel like we've really done a good job with the community on this. And those folks that we've worked with, I haven't heard any complaints about sewer work or the work of the contractor. That depends a lot on the contractor that you're working with. We've only had really one major one that's been doing work on private property. But the way we're setting up these projects is we're actually working with the consultant team and the contractor team to work hand in hand with the property owner and make sure they get that work done in a way that they feel good about. But
The I budget and our relationship with Wes, are they releasing funds to you in a timely manner? To offset our expenses.
yes, it's. Any questions about this? Stormwater is our smaller utility. Again, if we're looking at just budget, we budgeted 2.8 million for a capital program. We've spent 425,000. We've encumbered another 563. So would say we're 35% spent out on this. A lot of it's because these kinds of projects require a fair amount of permitting through the regulatory agencies. And our focus, one of the reasons why our staffing numbers look so good is because we haven't filled positions in engineering project manager role. We've been trying to balance that lack of community development funding or development funding that would pay for some of those development engineers. We have development engineers that are can help deliver our capital projects, but they're a little greener. So, you know, we've been taking our time with this and haven't pushed it out. The other thing is we've got the Rivercrest neighborhood, and like Holmes Lane, we've hit the Rivercrest neighborhood pretty hard with wastewater projects. So trying to figure out how to balance the amount of impact that we have in any one neighborhood. And that Rivercrest neighborhood project, I didn't write it down, but it's a big piece of the 2.8 million. So we're just taking our time with the stormwater fund. There's a lot of big stormwater projects in our capital plan. So having some of that money in the bank unspent isn't necessarily in my mind a bad thing. Any questions about the stormwater?
So the Rivercrest neighborhood basically have the second oldest sort of infrastructure.
Yeah.
The second oldest infrastructure. So I mean, I know their infrastructure is old, but it's not like down in the block.
Right, yeah, it was, I don't know if it's second oldest, but it was an older area. It was also an area that we noted a lot of iron on, so whether it was built to a lesser standard, we knew we could make a big difference in that neighborhood. We've got a lot of work to do in the McLaughlin neighborhood too, and that's next on our agenda, but it's actually not. There's a small element of it. We'll get started in the McLaughlin neighborhood in the next year or two. Let's see. So, ready to confuse a little bit. So the sidewalk and bike lane safety, for the most part, the budget for these projects is covered under that transportation slide. It's one of those line items in the transportation slide. We don't necessarily deliver a sidewalk or bike lane specific project as a CIP. We always marry these projects up with either a pavement project. So we've done a lot near Gardner Middle School. And so, yeah, I think I have a slide. Imagine that. So, we're using some of this money in the Holcomb Safe Routes to School project as well to help with that match. We continually hear a lot about the rapid flashing beacons, which we've done some funding of using this money. We've also got every street that we pave that has sidewalks associated with it, we are mandated to deal with the ramps at the corners to make them ADA accessible. Those get very expensive, so we're using some of that. So we pretty much utilize this money in ways, and there's a development project, we try and work with the developer to kind of complete the sidewalks. That's kind of that's how we are meeting this goal. And then the one that you're probably most familiar with this is a sidewalk assistance grant program. And did you get this slide presentation beforehand, or is this the first time you spent that? They got it. Okay, so there's some numbers in here that I'm not necessarily going to read through, but I think if you remember, we budgeted $200,000 per year, $400,000 in the last budget. I feel like that's the right place for that to be. We've got a lot of folks that that are in the code enforcement realm that are taking their time to deliver their project. So we still require the property owner to do the project, but we give them a $1,500 grant for every tree incident or tree sidewalk trip hazard. So it's been effective. The people that either have used it or need to use it see it as a huge benefit, and it is a huge benefit. I would say on average, the little average between those 44 applicants and that 100, most of those. Now, this is applicants, and I didn't necessarily look at how many incidents they had, but you just do the math on that, and it's still well over the $1,500 for each of those sites. But I just think that we're helping many people in a big way that they feel right in their pocketbook. So I think, and from our staff perspective, I struggled with this program because I know how high the demand is on our transportation capital needs. But this is really making a difference. It gives staff an opportunity to kind of help someone who's feeling pretty dire about their enforcement actions. And so it's been a good program. Have we spent the 200,000 we didn't last year? Why? Because I think it was carrying the 48 remaining active permits and the 37 are code enforcement. So
How are we getting them to get their projects done?
we're just working with them. We're giving them time. I think Ryan does a good job and his staff do a good job of kind of reaching out and touching them every once in a while to remind them about it. And, we're there. We're not necessarily going back to their door and knocking on them, but Ryan. So.
I think, we're trying to help them, but if they are dragging their feet, I think that we need to, I don't know what the word to use is, but we need to get them to move on, because there are other people who might want to use some of that funding, and if they're dragging their feet, that's not helping them. So I don't know whether we have I appreciate the fact that we're working with them, but I think that a certain amount of time frame is, we need to say, hey, you need to move on.
This program, if you remember, is first come, first served, so whether you're in code enforcement or not, or you just want to fix, you can come in, and unless that application's been submitted, then you'd have first right for that. So any questions about this slide or this stuff?
I hear what the mayor's saying.
We want success.
Unlike a property cleanup where you get so much time and then it's taken over and leaving, I don't think there's any provision to.
No, we didn't do anything like that, because we assume people, there's certain times you can plant trees in the spring and in the fall. So that's if they're gonna replant, but to get the work done, I don't know, I think, 2 years is probably plenty of time to get moving on with it. Get it done.
Well, I mean, in 2023, we got 3 that haven't yet. I
Right.
think those
That's
in
pretty good.
2024, I think it's.
Most people are moving through it. I
Yeah.
know,
There's an
I know
enforcement
code reaches out, especially on the code ones.
And there's an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah.
Built in, so code can enforce that, whether that's levying fines, right, where they have to go see a judge, then the judge can make it a default judgment or. There's a mechanism in place. We
I
work
think-
really closely with them, but the whole goal is voluntary
Right,
compliance.
that's what we want.
And so we work with the staff, and I know sometimes they do get extended, sometimes people have extenuating circumstances, so.
And some people don't.
Sure.
Again, thank you again for making transportation a goal or infrastructure a goal. I think it's important. It's near and dear to my heart. So, but with that, guess what? Police or.
Nope, I got one more question for you. So,
Okay.
as you walk out the door, something that you and I have discussed on several occasions, where in the big scheme of things are we, I know it has to go back to the commission, so Center Street, getting out of Center Street entirely.
So that's something that we've talked about in terms of, we gotta get a new decant facility. So we're reaching out to the county. They have a decant, but I know that there were some limitations and not really an excitement for us to be able to use their facility. Talked with Dana a little bit about investing some money to look at Mountain View. To see if we could get a decant facility put up there. So that hopefully when we come around to the next budget cycle, I'm assuming in my notes at the end of this, one of the things I think about, or I think is gonna be a priority is Center Street. And what do we do with that facility, right? And so part of that is making sure we have money set aside so that we can get the decant facility built, and then we have that discussion about what happens to that
Does everybody
property.
know what a decant facility is?
It's where we drop all the water from street sweepers and when we back out storm drains and whatnot. So it can air, so we're not paying for water weight when we dispose of it.
It's residue, basically, or
Yeah, leaves and whatnot.
Yeah, back on.
I'm sure they get a bunch of stuff. I mean, what I see laying on the side of the street sometime, I think, oh my God, that's going into our street sweeper. Did I hit that right, Mr. O'Donnell?
Well, apparently there's only one obstacle to moving on, it's the decant facility, so if you solve that, then the other problem that comes to the forefront. So let's,
Yep.
that's all we need to do.
Thank you.
I gotta get you to use your crystal ball one more time. So, does your crystal ball tell you anything about 213 Beaver Creek merge lanes? You explained what the issue is, but any kind of time frame?
3 to 5 years
To start or to finish?
to finish. Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna have to go through a selection process for the design consultant that does that. But we really I'm really hopeful with that, we find a way to fund that project. That's a needed project. It's unfortunate that, we're solving a problem that affects our citizens, but it really, it also, the beneficiaries are those that are out in the county. And trying to get the county to participate in any project, the only way we're getting them to participate in a project is because we tied it to their land use approval for the courthouse. And that's not that intersection, that's Rutland Road and 213. And they seem to be making progress and working through some design concepts that will help that problem. But yeah, trying to get, our local legislators excited about that. It is, might be a little more sexy than a reservoir project or something, so we might get some interest in that project.
That's exciting.
I don't know, that's kind of how this works sometimes. So your work on the C4 and, communication with those county commissioners, I think matters. They partner with Happy Valley regularly, right?
Is Happy Valley giving them any money or something like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me check that out, let me
I
find
don't want
that
to
out.
turn it into a county
They like the
Fest?
best.
complaint. Anything else?
No,
So
there's
it's-
someone running for reelection, maybe we can
There you go.
get something.
So I'm wondering if this is a good time to break, grab some food. If
Sure.
you'd like, as we're,
Yep, and turn the air conditioning down.
Well, that's one move. It's a,
There's nobody that's overheating on this side, I'm telling you.
so what do you think? Maybe 25 minutes to eat or?
What do you think? You wanna break for dinner now?
Sure, yeah, sure, that's fine. Yes.
Mike?
That's fine.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Good job. Excellent.
Did not eat my vegetables.
Uh-oh. Add to these vegetables.
All right, Sean, 3 minutes before we fall asleep, so.
You're lucky that they don't put Terry Billy clubs in, because he could come over here. Okay, are we back on? All right, we're back in. We gotta get some blinds closed here so he, we don't, doesn't end up blinded.
Jared, don't go there. Well,
Now you know what it feels like when you get pulled over.
He knows.
Wait. Oh, is it this one? Oh.
Just put a hat on something on.
Air Commission, thanks for having us tonight. Come back to follow John Lewis, and then dinner, so. Really excited to talk about this. As you remember, the budget committee, and then you guys ultimately approved the funding for the behavioral health specialist. We're the first agency in Clackamas County Municipal Agency to have a behavioral health specialist. We're also the first agency now to have a case manager. I know there was some talk originally at the budget committee, whether the case manager would help our partners like KMB, Westland, and Lake Oswego. I decided to find out, let's get our case manager in position, understand what the real workload is before we start offering services to our partners. And so I'll talk about that real quick.
Well, LO and Westland are sharing a behavioral health specialist.
There, we work really closely with KMB, who now is going to partner with Minala, with their behavioral health specialists, and then we work closely with Westland and Lake Oswego. I want to say that we hit a home run with this position, I really think, and finding Chelsea. So Chelsea started with us May 6th, and she has since completed her training. She hit the ground running. She came from DHS background, so she already had kind of the case manager background that is perfect for this position. I put 60% on this as far as funding, and that's because it's ongoing funding. But really, since she didn't start till May, we do have some extra reserve there through that funding that hasn't been spent yet. Rather than talk about all these things, I think what the big important things are is that she's taking over some monthly meetings for Val, and she's also coordinating the crisis intervention team. That's freeing up Val to go out there and do more of her behavioral health specialist work, and then passing these off to Chelsea. We also have Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. coverage. They split them. Val works Monday through Thursday, and Chelsea works Tuesday through Friday, and they're both on call for us. So that helps us out after hours. So they're both available for that. And then it's kind of fill the vacancy when Val takes a vacation. And like I mentioned, we partner really well with our municipal agencies around us. And so if they're gone, we'll share our resources and vice versa. I don't have any very specific numbers yet. I wanted to get this on going. And then afterwards, we will, probably at the end of the year, at the next annual report, I'll have a lot of stats on what this case manager position has done for our community. I can tell you it's helping us out a lot. And she's able to go out and follow up with our clients is exactly what we want to do.
And John, what does the county have that's equivalent to the sheriff's office? Do they have anything like this?
So the sheriff's office, so Clackamas County Behavioral Health has their team. Clackamas County is starting their own team. So they're kind of moving away and they're seeing what our model is doing and our municipal agencies, and they're kind of going to do the same thing. And so now it's been helping them get that implemented. I think they just did some interviews and stuff. So.
But they hadn't had anything prior to that through the sheriff's office, so that rather than having them go out, they have somebody else.
They kind of did. They partnered with Clackamas County. Val actually worked for them. She was assigned to the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, so they would go out. Clackamas County Mental Health still has their own group of individuals that they will go out and help all of our partners around the unincorporated area around us. So I think everyone's kind of seeing our model and seeing how well it works, and they're kind of building their own model very similar to ours.
One of those where I'm just, again, we talked about services and the undue burden that we carry because, we are the county seat, so.
Yeah, correct. Part of this goal is a homeless liaison officer. There's some staffing shortages. We had to reallocate our homeless liaison officer back to patrol from time to time over the last year and a half or so. Currently assigned at patrol, so we don't have one dedicated homeless liaison officer. But he's also working day shift, so he's helping us out when we do have specific calls for service, and our patrol was important to have really stepped up, and they are providing the same services out there. So we're going out there, contacting people, offering them resources, getting our community partners involved, and then cleaning up camps. This is one camp that we worked with. This area needed to be cleaned because Public Works was doing some work in there. So you can see the enormous amount of stuff that shows up at these places. And one of the jobs that Chelsea took over, one of the roles that she goes to our monthly meetings we started about 2 years ago, homeless solutions kind of meeting that we bring in all of our community partners, different than the Homeless Solutions Coalition. It's our own ourselves to talk about. We have library and other, parks and other departments that come in and talk about what people need and who we're working with.
So what are we doing to prevent reoccupation?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
Our goal is to get them housing. So we go out there first before we even clean up these. We try to offer them services. We work with Love One, Father's Heart, 40, whatever it is, and we'll bring in those partners and try to get the resources. Some of these individuals are absolutely resistant to services, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. So we try to control these areas right within when they have time. But this isn't part of this goal, but I wanted to touch on it as the county-led initiatives. And I think this is going to be a big grant that we applied for. I think this is going to be a big help for us. That's not going to cost us a thing besides some staff time. As you know, in December, the municipal court judge and I applied for grants on behalf of the city. One, the PD applied for a non-sworn homeless outreach specialist. And the court applied to create a community court. What that is basically very low-level crimes that people are committing, make them get some services, try to get them back on their feet. So they kind of do this wraparound services, trying to get them out of the criminal justice system and get them back on their feet. In April, we learned that most of the grants were largely approved. Some of the things we didn't get is, instead of 5 years, we got 3 years. Current staff positions that we asked for, they didn't fund. So it's all kind of new positions. And we're still working with them. Funding was supposed to start July 1st, but we're still working on the scope of work. And we'll have to go for IGAs, figure out what community-based organization we're going to work with. So really, they say fall, but I'm more probably tough the first of the years by the time we get someone selected and actually working for. That's my goal there. The next goal is kind of just working with parks.
My question will be, it's related to
parks.
Yeah,
Okay.
reoccupation and what are we doing in terms of
Yeah.
trying to revegetate or, I don't know, prevent reoccupation, I don't know. All of the above.
Yeah, so just to kind of follow up to what Sean was saying, Parks was allocated $40,000 to assist in addressing homeless encampment activity in our parks. Part of this is to deal with the issue of unhoused individuals using our restrooms for shelter, leaving behind a mess. So we did look at a 2-year contract with a contractor to provide restroom cleaning services that began on April 1st to address issues caused by vandalism and damage. The main advantage for us as a staff is that it has freed up park staff time to focus their efforts on those higher level maintenance repairs rather than just, stocking toilet paper, cleaning up after weekend activities. So it also has an additional benefit beyond just notifying us of when issues occur and handling some of the issues with trash being. They also let us know when facilities issues occur, such as non-functioning toilets or restroom damage. Currently, the contractor is scheduled to clean on Mondays and Fridays. So that way they're kind of getting the parks ready for the busy weekend and then cleaning it after them. So far, we've received no public complaints with their service. We still regularly inspect restrooms to make sure that they're meeting our quality standards. And we have regular check-ins with the contractor to discuss areas for improvements.
And that work will continue through summer 2025.
$40,000 is for what time period?
It would be for the full biennium, and so far we've spent about $14,000. We'll basically put them on pause through the winter months when we're slower. And the rest of our work can take that on ourselves.
What does that convert to in service hours of providing?
That's actually a good question, but I don't know if I can calculate
I
it.
thought maybe there's an hourly rate.
So then looking at kind of camp cleanup, we do partner with the police department for notification of unauthorized camps. Our two big areas this year have been Singer Creek and Old Kenema. There's a particular section of Old Kenema that's basically right by that big transformer area out there that has become particularly difficult and kind of to what the mayor is hinting at. We've had an issue with reoccupation because it's difficult to revegetate the area quickly enough to deter individuals from reoccupying this area. And as you can see from the photo, it is very nice area. I would keep there.
You know, we have a boulder yard.
This is kind of what we're looking at. We're looking at potentially putting some of the rocks that we accumulate from the cemetery, as well as potentially some like black locust stems from just regular tree trimming that we can use to help to make this area a little less inviting. But we do partner with the police department to assist with hosting, contacting individuals as needed, and making sure they get spaces.
So between, I know that the police does it, so between the parks and the police, so there's additional training and safeguards and things for staff, so they.
Yes, we are, particularly in my time here, I believe Parks was doing the cleanups themselves. We've started using contractors to help with staff safety. One of the areas that we've really focused on too is we actually have a lot of just like individuals, particularly at Clackamas Park, where they kind of set up a tent during the day and just they kind of work that way, where they sleep during the day and then leave at night. And we coordinate very closely with our park hosts. We coordinate with law enforcement to make sure that they're there when it actually does become an offense.
And we don't have a campground at Clackamas Park.
I think these reoccupation, like where they take over, because we try to get in there, we try to patrol and stuff like that, but it's trying to identify them when they're smaller, right? Instead of getting these large cans, but sometimes they're really out of sight, out of mind. And until someone stumbles across them, they're very creative of where they go. So it's trying to identify them when they're very small, work with them early on, and try to get those resources early on, rather than months down the road, but sometimes due to whatever reason, we don't always see them.
So related to this topic, question for the chief. Can you detail what's going on within the department right now? And I'm sure in conjunction with the DA's office, as we prepare for the fact that hard drugs are going to be a crime again in Oregon and the overhaul of Measure 110, what's going on department-wide and interjurisdictionally to help prepare our officers for that new reality where they're hopefully going to have some more tools in their toolbox to deal with these cases.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Let's talk about deflection is the common word that it's used for. So House Bill 4002, I think it was a House Bill, not a Senate bill, was proposed and it was passed. And it basically come up with a deflection program, recriminalizing ballot measure 110 drugs that have very small user amounts into an unclassified misdemeanor. And the whole goal is to get users that are using these into some sort of treatment where 110 wasn't as effective as they had hoped. This is going to be more effective. So Clackamas County is getting money. They came up with a plan. So everyone's going to get a citation that gets caught with these user amounts unless they're committing a crime, unless we have to arrest them for some other thing. We'll give them a citation to appear in court. They'll go down to the courthouse. The DA's office will take care of everything on the back end. So they'll provide them with peer support. They'll try to work with them to get into reflection, find out if they're even eligible for deflection. And then they'll take care of all that reporting that is required of the CJC, the Criminal Justice Commission. And then they will work on the expungements and that kind of stuff. So that's going to be coming into effect September 1st. So we're currently training our staff. Some of our staff, you can imagine, are pretty less tenured officers. They never even dealt with drugs that were a crime. Whereas when I started, marijuana was a crime. no matter what, right? So I mean, so it's teaching our staff of like, hey, this is what you can now do. This is now the search and seizure related to incident, search incident to arrest. And so we're working on that, training right now. So that'll go in effect September 1st. I had to change some programming for our ticketing and stuff like that, but, we're well on our way to get that completed.
Good, thank you.
So just something that came to mind when I've been watching sort of the construction of the courthouse, particularly from the backside and the, where we've got some dead end streets there. So I know there'll be fencing and all that, but have we given any thought to, letting the people in that area know? I mean, again, when people get let out of court downtown, we know that there are some incidents that occur in downtown. So now they're gonna be up on the hilltop, and there are residential occupancies right adjacent to the courthouse that are not apparent downtown. So I'm just raising the issue that, there may be some level of expectation that may or may not be there. I mean, I guess if I lived there, I would be wanting to know, okay, yeah, you have fences, but you know what fences do? People try to get over them and get out of there. So I'm just concerned about some incidents occurring that will now be deflected into that neighborhood that's behind there.
Yeah, I think there might be an occasion when I think we could all just probably safely assume that some stuff might be in there. There might be parking issues too. So I think most of it, because it is, unless people want to go that way, that's not the normal route of travel. The bus lines, everything else is out front. I think that's going to be the bigger priority. But as things pop up, we'll work with to come up with solutions.
There's dead end streets there, and I'm assuming that, you know, we'll put something up there because right now construction traffic is going through there. But I'm assuming when they're done, that's going to be blocked off, and I'm not so much worried about people with vehicles. I'm worried about people on foot.
Yeah, I agree. I think some people will show up there though, not knowing, trying to park as close as they can and use that neighborhood. So I think we're gonna have to explore when we see the true magnitude of what this is and come up with some solutions with the neighborhood, and then like see if we need to revisit code or whatever.
No prevention there.
Thanks. Thank you. It's all right. Don't stand right there.
All right, James.
Hey, I don't know if I can do this in 5 minutes. A lot of things going on in economic.
Tell us more.
Well, I am.
I just took the survey today, so that's better.
You're right, and even, it's sunny even down here. When we came out of the pandemic, employers all over, not only all over Oregon, but also all over Oregon City realized that people weren't reporting work. And they were having a hard time getting people to come to work. And even after that, they were also having trouble keeping them. And we recognized that whatever we could do for the employer, whatever incentives we could provide, whatever loans or grants we could provide, nothing would help unless we were able to work with the issue of workforce. And so workforce has become our premier program in the department. And what Talent Ready is actually it recognizes the fact that there are barriers to employment, childcare being one of them, alcoholism being another, transportation being yet another, mental illness being yet another, and it goes on, at least 5 or 6 barriers. And so, and on top of that, the unemployment rate being so low, it's ticking up a bit, but it is still relatively low. So, Talent Ready is designed to work with people without those barriers and to get them talent ready for employment. And then on the other side, we're working with the employer so that we can help promote that the employer is hiring. And also work with the employer to provide training to people and to use a network of services that we were able to bring together with the county state, county, and local level to help people overcome those barriers to employment. So it's a full, comprehensive program. And we have a navigator, part-time person, that works with individuals and the business community to get people talent ready, to get them the training that they need. And also tracks the individual. Make sure that they keep up with their appointments, make sure that make sure the employer is utilizing the services that the county, the state, and others are providing, in terms of human services. So that's talent ready. And we've signed up now 6 employers. Providence, Willamette Medical Services is one of our clients, along with Avamere Rehabilitation, Oregon City Municipal Court, OSU, Orchid, which is, they make artificial limbs. And then last but not least, Benchmade is signed up Friday to work with California. On the small business front, BizPod has also become very popular for entrepreneurs. And if you recall, BizPod is a 8-week program or so where we actually train people who are either emerging or starting up, but they're all on the same level. And it's only 6 people in the pod. And so it's all designed to help them engage each other, as well as learn from the professionals that we have teaching these various courses. And if they graduate, they awarded $3,000 in terms of grant funds to use in their business. And so in essence, what we're doing is creating a community amongst entrepreneurs, because it's lonely at the top when you start a business. And it's important that you have colleagues that are growing their business so that you can sort of convey and work with those individuals and get advice. The important thing is that none of them are in competition with one another. They're all at the same level working to improve or develop their business. So we've had 2 cohorts, 2 classes. Our first class graduated July 22nd, 2023, and our second class graduated June 1st, 2024. And so we hope to have our third one soon. With regard to small business financial support, this is one of the first times I understand that Oregon City has conducted a public-private partnership with a financial institution. And so Involved Community Credit Union has joined with us to provide what we call patient money. Because when a business person borrows money from a bank, the bank essentially wants the money back by the bank. And so the business doesn't have enough time to use the funding to use in their business. So this patient money concept is whereby it's also for startups. Banks don't like startups. And so that's another bonus for them. But when they borrowed these funds, the interest rate is 0.5% for 1 year. And that's all they have to pay, is 0.5. And then after the year has passed, then they pay the full principal and interest that's due in year 2. Thereby giving them time to utilize the revenue. Microenterprise Small Business Program. This is a grant that's provided to us by the state through the federal government, and it's $100,000, and we can grant up to $10,000 to existing small businesses with employees of 5 or fewer employees, and they have to be low to moderate income in order to receive this funding, or hire people who are low to moderate. We have 3 loans outstanding at this time, and everybody's current. So there's no one late, there's no one behind. Oregon City Ombudsman Program is one where, this is one of those programs where the Economic Development Department is partnering with community development, public works, the building division. We've actually created a partnership whereby we're working with all of these departments on their processes, the regulatory processes. And this is a way of that whereby we can educate people about what those processes are, because small businesses and business of any size, they need predictability. They need to know how the regulations are going to impact. And so that helps a great deal. And so there's an educational component there. Also, the Ombudsman program is designed to troubleshoot, have a communication link between the business community and government on a variety of topics. One of the things that we, as I said, that we're working with the departments in partnerships. These conversations are very helpful. We're learning about the process amongst each other and learning about what works and what doesn't. The new Oregon City Business License Program. Now, we launched this January of last year, and it has actually, to our surprise, been very popular to be a program whereby people pay almost $300 on a business license. But now we have 1,605 new renewals, and there are 169 new businesses that have applied for a business license in Oregon City. So it is doing very well, actually. In terms of the business.
So, and then, you had talked last year about the type of data you were gonna be collecting. There's gonna be some new additions to that. Did that get put in there?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that'll be in the new process this year. But we'll be asking about that in data.
But I don't know if they remember that from last time.
Oh, okay, so the new data, we're asking how long you've been in business. Woman-owned business, minority-owned business, those types of questions, so they will know who is in business or Oregon City. That's the type of data. Oregon City Small Business Procurement Program. This is an opportunity for the small business to do business with our government. And we're looking at 25 employees or fewer in terms of a business, but this is a way whereby we educate the business community as to what we buy and how we buy it, so that we can engage the business community to work and to really be a part of, so that the government is part of the economic development of the community and each part of that process. Urban renewal. There's a lot new. There's a number of new developments occurring with urban renewal, and that which is the Stimson Farm. And as you know, we just completed a phase 1 environmental assessment. We finished a geotech study, and we're actually working on the appraisal. Well, the appraiser is actually conducting its work with regard to that problem. They're expected, the proposal gave them 5 months to finish the appraisal, but they have agreed to do it within 3. So we expect it to be done within that time. The courthouse, as you all know, is one of those important developments that we've got to do something with the courthouse. And the mayor probably will give you more insight in terms of where we are with the county. But the county has asked, and as well as the city, has asked economic development to come up with a scope of work for the task force, for the ad hoc committee to work on the courthouse. And we've done that, and we've turned that over to the mayor and the city manager. And after they're finished with their review, we'll turn it over to the county. And the first meeting, I think, is scheduled for, I don't know if it's scheduled.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They're on recess right now.
The Arts Commission. After 16 or so years, we now have an Arts Commission. And it is quite an interesting and fun group to work with because they're all creative. And they all have strong views as to what art is. So it's a very interesting conversation they get into from time to time. But they are working with, they have commissioned an artist to put a sculpture at Center and Seventh Street, where you go, you probably realize, or remember that the mural, not a mural, but a sculpture used to be there before it was destroyed by an automobile. So they've chosen someone to do that work, and they've begun that process. Tourism. City-sponsored public events. So we actually, we've opened that program up several times. And the last application was actually, I think it was last year, no, it was 2024, the beginning of 2020, 2023, I'm sorry, 2023. And we funded several applicants. For instance, the car show, Delta, OC Brewing Company, OC Parks and Rec, Three Rivers Arts, they all received grants from the program. It is now open for the last year of the biennium. So it's open now and expected to close in June. And so far, we haven't received any projects yet, but I expect that as we go further into this second year of the biennium, we will get more interest in the program because someone will be coming back around.
So James, have you got any follow-up from from either, well, the car show was one of the events, and then the Three Rivers Artists Guild art at the end of the Oregon Trail, and then the Brew Fest, First City, and then the 4th of July? We got any feedback on attendance or approximate attendance or, impact?
We're getting actually that feedback now as people are turning in their paper. My understanding that the art festival was another success and people are turning out. The car show was the first car show. And that had a very good turnout. People did turn out, and even though it rained that day a little bit, it didn't deter them, so people did come out, but we're getting the paperwork in now. The DMO, Destination Management Organization.
Thanks. Question back to the events. Because of the transition from where we were kind of headed within the last year or two to the DMO conversation. Prior to that transition, and thought we spent a lot of time on grants, which because of the transition to this DMO conversation, we were kind of have taken on these grants in a temporary process until we finalize what the DMO is. But as we were kind of talking about the special event process, the joint application for events was sort of tied to that. And what I mean is that joint application that was worked on for events to go through use of, for events that had to deal with city services, so police or barricades or various other issues. Is that still being used?
Well, what's
Or
happening?
how are we dealing with that piece of it now that we've pulled the grants kind of separate? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I understand what you're going with. Right now, what's happening right now is there's an internal public events team,
Okay,
and it's in public works. And when people.
okay, that's what
It's in public.
okay, because I see things happening clearly that are obviously through public works, like the vehicle barricades for events that are showing up. We own a fair amount of those? Are we renting some or owning, we own
We
those?
got
or-
grant and some,
Okay.
yeah, some that were, I mean,
So-
they could be used across the region, but, we, Sean knows more about this. We just
Okay.
set them up.
Yeah, Peabot is creating these grants through UASC, so.
Who is?
Peabot,
Portland.
The city of
started-
Portland,
yeah, Portland Bureau of
transportation, yeah, I just,
kind of sees this thing and they're creating these grants. And then, so they're assigning them, they signed 2 to Clackamas County, we're housing those, I think, are kind of. They then wrote another one, we got 2 more that, so they're assigned to us per se. But if
Okay.
city of Portland needs them, then we have an agreement that they can go out there.
So for like yesterday's event where there was probably 20 or 30 of them,
Right, all
Where-
4 trailers.
okay, that's interesting.
So we have 2 that are assigned to us, 2 to Clackamas County, but I think we house all 4.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well,
thought
that's a
trailers
huge I mean, that's a big benefit.
It makes
I think
everybody
we-
that much safer.
Safer.
Yeah,
But James, essentially, right, we've identified one person in Public Works to be the point of contact. That
okay,
then takes
They
the
reach out.
information in and then they reach out to the other team members,
Okay.
depending on what the application needs when they look at it.
and then another thing I noticed is kind of a uniform signage, because we've used the kind of, what do you call it, the construction reader board kind of
Right.
things in the past, but now we have, it looks like some pretty consistent, stable signage that you were just changing the dates on, I'm assuming.
Right. So
Okay,
the problem is those reader boards
right,
get deployed, we don't always have them, we got them on construction sites and requiring the permittee to go rent those things. You know, they're like $4,000 a pop, so we just came up with stationary signage that has dates on it. I think they're effective, we've seen them be a little more.
I
effective.
noticed them
Yeah.
first, yeah, they were, I mean, yeah, I thought they were, so I'm glad to see that, because that's things, you know, those are things that have been kind of an issue for a while, I guess. I mean, as long as there's not enough events that it's causing events to not be able to have access to those. But so far, that doesn't seem to be an issue. I was shocked to see how many of them were down, you know, block barricading the roads yesterday. But and the only reason I'm asked about this is clearly what we've learned from citizens is events are like one of the top, you know, things that our public has come to kind of think is the community building kind of thing that they want to see happen. We've seen that in so many things, surveys in the last couple of years, with parks and everything. So, you know, as we move forward, I think we want to start thinking how we can add to that infrastructure of, you know, event merchandise, whether that means eventually we own all of our own barricades and, you know, various things like that. I think but this partnership has been good.
I think it's
And
safer.
clearly with safety and the way the world is, we've morphed from, you know, parking dump trucks to the center of the street to another use with these barricades. So I think that's, because all events are having to deal with this. Which is something that we just put up big cones and barricades in the past. Now that's not an acceptable option. So,
well, it's also not a deterrent either.
yeah.
Somebody could,
So anyway, good work on that. It was very visible, and I think the community has noticed that and how we're working better on some of those events, I think.
The creation of the Destination Management Organization. If you remember, the organization called Whereabout LLC was chosen through as a consequence of an RFP process. And now, their work is well underway as we speak. And probably all of the commissioners have been contacted at this point about setting up a meeting to talk to Whereabout. So there are 21 individuals that will have personal interaction with the consultant. There's another 40 or so out there who will be responding to a written survey. And they're all coming in as we speak, but they're well underway. And so the idea is to have everything finished with regard to the DMO projected in December. So with that, are there any questions? I'm glad you pinged me on that.
Well, this is because I'm getting those emails from LOC about the broadband subcommittee, so.
Well, the work of the consultant is finished. They produced a final draft. The draft is fairly large and fairly complex. And so what staff is working on is actually taking that feasibility study and boiling it down into a set of recommendations for you to consider. That's where we are.
If we have sleepless nights, we can get a copy of it and read it.
Yeah, exactly. But we're not there yet because it's important for all the departments to have input.
Right.
Into this, not least of which is IT. So that all is very important. So that's the aim and that's the goal.
And then is what we're doing in any way, I mean, I just read intermittently, but the LOC has that committee. And so how is what we're doing, is it dovetailing in with what they're trying to accomplish?
In terms of
Moving broadband forward, I mean, I know one of the LOC's legal organization's goals is to get broadband more widely available so that there are some jurisdictions that actually have their own systems. I know that's one of the options that we talked about when you were getting the RFP ready. Making it, better. I know we have dead spots in our community and every so often I'm in a certain place in the hilltop and it just won't do anything.
Exactly.
Because we don't have, all the providers are not working together to get uniform service. So if you have X provider, you're fine in the hilltop. If you have Y provider, you're not.
sometimes in economic development, you can't reveal everything that's going on behind the scenes.
Right.
We have but I can truly say that at this point, our goal was to have fiber optic connectivity throughout the city. With businesses as well as residents. And something remarkable that's just happened in the last, week and a half, 2 weeks. That very well may put us in a position whereby that becomes a reality possibly sooner than later. And so I'm very hopeful with regard to those negotiations. But this very well may potentially turn into another public-private partnership. But it's important that we get you those recommendations so that you can see all the options of the feasibility study.
Sure. So we've enumerated a multitude of programs through economic development. Curious about the success rate. One of you did give success rates. But for example, talent ready, we track placement or job hires.
Yes, we do. And
How many, you know what the results were of that?
we have, at this time, we have approximately 120 people that are going through talent training, that have various employment.
As a result of the program?
As a result of the program. And, of course, our last signing, the last business that signed on was Benchmade, and that was because of that. But Benchmade, they really do need employees. Maybe not as much as they thought because of a lot of people working from home. But they still need people in those difficult shifts, the midnight shifts. Okay. So that's what we're working.
I remember hiring people turn down any job at a day shift job. So are you work in tandem with the community college for their training programs, like their machinists and such?
Exactly, that's one of the partners in the network. Also, we're partnering with a childcare provider to provide childcare to lots of people who just simply can't work without someone taking care of their children.
So who serves as our ombudsman?
Well, right now, it's myself and Griffin. But at some point, we would like to hire some, who would be, what's utilization, I said, well, actually, that a lot of utilization, is just a consequence of all these programs. And it's just keeping up with them, it's only, we have a small department, but we're mighty, but, we're very busy. And, we've got, I'm just concerned at one point, that we very well may get overloaded, but I'm trying to keep things going.
And on the small business procurement, have we realized any results in business relationships with anybody as far as contracts placed?
Not yet, small, we have started.
On the OC business license reduction, is that new licenses only or renewals?
The 1,600 that I mentioned are renewals.
Renewals, so it is part of the program.
That's part of it. And then 169 are brand new business.
Yeah, that's it.
On the small business procurement program, are we still adhering to lowest bidder? Or are we making exceptions in order to grant those opportunities to small businesses when it comes to city procurement?
It's tricky. It is a tricky situation, but the aim is, state law does require a certain level of certain requirement in terms of you have to be a low bidder. But I believe in certain contracts below a certain level, you have a little bit more wiggle room, flexibility. But our attorney, when we finish the guidelines, because that's what we're working on now. So the guidelines will be turned over to our attorney to make sure they comply with state law.
So there would be instances where the low bidder is not.
It's not
If
what-
this is a policy that we want to do and implement, there could potentially situations where low bidder would not be fixed.
But we also have we also can negotiate though, can't we? On costs.
Yeah, we can.
Well,
So we just have
I
to.
mean,
Right, not to fall within those, outside of those guidelines.
Right, but that's the one thing, the attorney is gonna have to look at it.
if we were looking at a small business procurement program. Potentially, typically we take the lowest bid. Right? If you implement this policy and it needs to be reviewed, you could potentially. End up not taking the lowest bid. Because they meet an additional criteria that might be part of the selection process. So just answering Adam's question, potentially you could end up in a situation where. You take the second lowest bid or third lowest bid.
That was-
If we implement this.
Yeah, that would have to be a policy that we vote on, with regard to helping small businesses.
Well, I know my experience in the, as I mentioned before, in the MWESB, so it stands for Minority Women-Owned Emerging Small Business. We had a certain set of criteria, and we did in all of our advertisements, we said, if you meet these, if you are one of these categories, please apply to this. And there was an extra set of criteria by which there were points assigned, it was gone through legal, that if they were an MWESB, that gave them a little more in the point scale, because that was the goal, is to try to spread the money from the agency around to businesses that might not otherwise have the opportunity to bid or procure those services. So usually in we picked 3, and one of them had to be, usually ended up being an MWESB. We had services that we were offering, like consulting. A lot of times it was printing, or, things like printing, like brochures and business cards and banners and all that kind of stuff. And it all had to go through that rating scale. So other jurisdictions have already done that, and it's something we could probably look at. So my question was about, so I've been keeping track of the last 2 cohorts of the BizPod, and so we've got that first set of graduates, and is our follow-up with those folks, and have they met any of the milestones that they set for themselves?
Well, I'm glad to report that they have. Matter of fact, they're staying in touch with each other, which would be one of the important right? That they communicate with each other. And the fact that they're still in business testing as well, because all of the merging. And some of them were very difficult stages, so they're still on. The second cohort, I think, is even more aggressive. They decided to hold coffees with one another, first of all, to sell each other goods and services, to visit each other. So they've taken that a little higher. And third cohort, we hope to bring all of these people together. Once again, creating a community amongst our country.
So what were the milestones that they were, in general, what were their milestones for like cohort number one?
Well, first of all, use the money for all of the business.
Right.
Number two,
And you've been able to track that?
yes. Number two, to engage each other in terms of communication and contact. And then number three is to work to refer other businesses to this one, so that we can keep going. So those are the three broad ones,
Well, I think.
and they're still in business.
Right, yes, and they're still in business. Well, I think that something I can say generically for most of the programs and projects is that we need to not totally overwhelm Jared, but we need to get the word out about these things that we are doing so that they are more community facing, that we had this first group of cohorts, they, we don't have to say who they were unless they want to, but these were the milestones we achieved. This is what this program did so that people can see that. And it's not only that, but, other things like, our park stuff or police stuff. It's just, we have to keep, reminding people that, yes, here are the really good positive things that are going on in the community. And I think economic development is kind of one of those that slips under the radar and people aren't always aware of what's going on. I mean, they see the road, they call the pothole hotline or whatever. And they see the stuff that, the police is doing, but there's a lot of stuff the police is doing that they don't see that, again. In parks and library, we need to say, hey, let's continue to toot our own horn.
We have a news newsletter. It's coming out once a quarter. The next one will be for the fall session. We had a summer edition, and we now have a fall edition. And the newsletter.
Hey, James, I think, but we gotta keep moving. So we're gonna, I think we.
Yes, he's answering my question, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're gonna be putting information out. Yeah, thanks.
That's great.
Try to move faster, but I want to hear from Jared and Greg. Okay, so we have goal 6.1 to talk about housing and expanding housing choices. And okay, so mostly what we're doing with this goal is kind of tracking legislation and tracking what happened over the past couple of sessions. So with myself and other staff, we monitored the legislation and attended a lot of weekly updates with the League of Oregon Cities, just to remain involved and informed of what was happening. And then the biggest piece of legislation that came out was the Senate Bill 1537. And these 4 points are some of the things that the Senate bill did. I didn't list them all, but one of them was to establish this Housing Accountability and Production Office. They were supposed to have been allocated some money for local technical assistance. I guess I'm not totally sure if that happened or not. But the point of the office is for them to be able to receive and respond to inquiries, requests, and complaints from housing developers and local governments. And then that becomes effective July of 25. We're getting up and running right now, and that's a partnership with ELCD, and then I think it might be Business Oregon. Then the second point, one of the other things that came about was this mandatory adjustments. And those are essentially like variances that housing developers can request if they meet certain thresholds. So the thresholds are not it's not a high bar, they basically have to say that they're able to, produce more housing or lower costs. They can get these adjustments, and the adjustments are for, design and then like dimensional type of things. The couple other things that the bill did was to have this revolving loan fund, for governments, local governments to administer, loans for low to moderate income housing. That is not gonna affect us because we don't have a housing department, but there are cities like McMinnville who will take advantage of it, so that was one of the things that came out. And then this one-time urban growth boundary expansion, ability to request that. I don't know still how exactly that's gonna mesh with the metro, urban growth boundary requirement, so I think that there's more to come on that. The other thing we were tracking is that in the 23 session, out of the governor's executive order, one of the things that housing production advisory council, and part of what they do is look at tools and different tools and ways for governments to meet their eventual housing requirements. The number of housing units that are supposed to develop. And then we are required to do a housing production strategy after we do our capacity analysis. So if you remember in 21, we adopted a housing needs analysis. And for whatever reason, they changed the name to housing capacity analysis. So we'll do that. And then the next thing we have to do the very next year is figure out how we can enable that. How we can enable housing to be built. That's what the production strategy is about.
Specific kinds or just anything? Like,
I don't know. I think, well, in general, the needs analysis looks at your kind of income level and it's the needs of,
Of that,
various
right.
incomes within your city. So I would imagine that it's kind of across the board.
ours is probably gonna say we need more affordable housing within a certain price point, so.
Yeah, it may. And that's actually something I wanted to talk about a little bit. And so the planning commission had identified when they went through their work plan, one of the things they wanted to talk about was learning more about affordable housing and how the city can kind of either help with that or kind of lay some groundwork for that. And so what we did just for education purposes was ask staff from the Housing Authority of Clackamas County and another staff member from Northwest Housing Alternatives to come and talk about regulated and subsidized affordable housing. But I guess I wanted to take just a minute here to talk about some clarifying language around this idea of like affordable housing with a capital A versus housing affordability, which is more of what our housing needs analysis looks at. I think there's an important distinction to keep in mind when we're talking about this different kinds of housing. HUD, Housing Department, Department of Housing and Urban Development, so they define affordable housing as housing on which the occupant is paying no more than 30% of gross income for housing costs, including utilities. So that's going to be across the board, kind of like no matter what your income is. And then a lot of times when we're talking about affordable housing, I think there's an inference that we're talking about something that's subsidized and looking at ways of offsetting the cost for market rate. And then housing affordability refers to market rate housing that's affordable at all. And so even in those instances, there should be this 30% goal. Although I think sometimes, with a higher incomes, they may be paying more for housing, but it's kind of offset by whatever their median income is. So as you're alluding to, Mayor, in Oregon City, so in our housing needs analysis, we did talk about housing affordability. That's one of the things you have to address in the needs analysis. And so in Clackamas County and the rest of the Portland region, the median family income for a family of four is $92,000. And this was in 21. So I would imagine it's changed slightly, but probably not tons. And then a household earning the median family income can afford a monthly rent of $2,300 for a home that's valued between $322,000 and $368,000. And so in Oregon City, you have to have an income of $136,000 or 148% of the median family income to afford a house. Because at that time, our median home sale was $545,000. And then about 18% of our households can afford that. Rent, though, is a little bit better picture where that a household would need to have about $60,000, which is 65% of median family income to afford the average asking rent, which is, or was, I should say, $1,350. And we found that about 64% of our households could afford that. So that's kind of just what our picture is for housing affordability, which I think is probably a little bit more within our ability to control than the affordable housing. That's where the housing affordability. And then just a couple of numbers. So in calendar year 23, so we have to report these numbers every year to DLCD. So in January, we reported that we had permitted units for 321 residential units. And the produced, meaning built certificates of occupancy, was 277 units. And there was a little bit of overlap, but not much. There was about like 10 of those that were permitted in 23 and built. So really, we had about 267 units built, or well, 277 were built, 311 were permitted and not built yet. Okay, that was my really quick update on housing. If you have any. Okay. I'm gonna keep going now. So our goal 7.1. So if you remember at the goal setting, some of the goals kind of shifted around, and one of the ones that dealt with the climate action shifted to a tree canopy goal of preserving tree canopy. Because trees are super important in Oregon City, and I think my staff talks about trees every day to multiple people. And that's that is one of the things that we've been doing, is we continue to monitor replacement and planting efforts. We still administer the street tree program. We still administer the removal program by city staff on city-owned property. We're keeping our, a diligent eye towards replacement and retain it when we can. And then the other part of the tree canopy effort that we do is partner with Friends of Oregon Trees. And it's also a partnership with Parks, so they've been working with us on that. And so we already have our planting dates established for this winter 24 and spring 25. That will be in for the fall, it's December 14th. And the way they do that is they focus on areas of the city, so we can gather volunteers and then deploy them to strategically and get more done. So they're going to be planting in Rivercrest.
Boy, that's
they're meeting at Rivercrest. Sorry, they're planting in McLaughlin, Park Place, Elyville, Two Rivers, and Kenema. And then in spring, they'll plant in all the south neighborhoods. That was all the detail I got on that one.
On December 14th.
December 14th is first one, yeah. Hats off to those tree volunteers, because it's always cold and raining and muddy. That's the best time to plant a tree, and that's when they get out there and do it, so.
Not sure, it was a little dry. I mean, it was damp, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
So we were kneeling down in the grass and it wasn't wet, so.
Okay, all right. That's good to know. And then so we continue to celebrate Arbor Day and maintain that Tree City USA designation. The Natural Resource Committee spends a lot of time talking about trees also. They've been discussing tree policy since their meetings in December. continue to talk about tree policy. And eventually they want to bring some recommendations to the city commission. They also want to partner with Pratt, which right now staff is talking about a joint meeting in October. To talk about tree canopy on public property, so right away and, you know, other property. NRC also has a work plan, and what they identified in their work plan was supporting and promoting volunteer participation for a public tree inventory. So that's a big ask. That's a lot of work to kind of lay out what that would look like. And then the other thing they want to do is make sure that, or help with communicating with the neighborhood associations, citizen involvement commission, and the business community. And they want to help promote programs like the Heritage Tree Program, Arbor Day, and things like that. And so we continue to support NRC and their efforts. And I think that was what I wanted to cover with that one.
This one I threw in there. So Matt's been working with this opportunity through this energy efficiency and conservation block grant program. And so, you know, even though, you know, necessarily, you know, looking at, you know, things that we can do around facilities or investments to reduce energy use or carbon footprint, you know, isn't necessarily a goal. You know, these are things that we still look at when we're doing work. So this is an example of one of the first steps is having a plan. So this grant would give us funding to essentially put together a plan that looks at what we can do with our facilities as it relates to energy efficiency and potentially reduction. So even though it's not necessarily a goal, this is how we pass it along, because it is something that we've been working with. I think there's multiple jurisdictions throughout the metro region who were all part of this block grant that was submitted for funding.
I also heard from NRC about they're interested in Bee City.
Yeah, I think so. What I heard with that is that Pratt was interested in that, and they were going to kind of take up that idea.
Quickly. What about you, but I got a sugar high that just put me down. The National
Still awake.
NPDF program is an ongoing program, so I really just want to say that there's, we're in the midst of a 5-year permit program that doesn't expire until 2026. You know, that program requires us to do a lot of things, some of which is public information and making sure we're getting a lot of information, a lot of content that I think some people care about it a lot. Your general citizens not too excited about the NPDS program, and so I get that. But there's lots of information on the website. Look for that. We are one of 12 co-permittees, so we do a lot of work through Clackamas County. And the commission, whether they want it or not, has to get a update every year. So we will be continuing to do that for you, or I say we. They will be doing that.
I heard him. Said we.
Throughout sometime.
So I have the royal.
Yeah, there you go.
And yeah, the permit's good through 2026. They'll probably start renegotiating with the permit terms that expire in 2025. And the big thing here is about erosion control and sediment, or erosion prevention and sediment control. So construction site, making sure contractors are doing what they can to keep the dirt where it belongs, where it was originally at. So I think I actually had a slide, sorry. Yeah, so it's a good program. It's just an ongoing program, and I appreciate it being a goal, but not sure there's, other than making sure we get funded. We work with the consultant, making sure that continues. And we're right on track.
It's one of those, so that's mandatory. It's not an option.
Gotta do it.
Gotta do it.
So I'm just gonna take the last couple here just to get us through it. So these are some of the holdovers from the 21-23 year. Essentially, most of these are near completion or ongoing. We talked a little bit, so we're separating this one, completion of the Parks Master Plan. So the commission reviewed that, I think last month or so. So really right now, we're in the plan adoption process. So we're gonna adopt this as a legislative amendment to our comprehensive plan. So the actual Parks Master Plan. And then really we're bifurcating and separating off that system development charges and what that funding strategy will be for the non-SDC component of the parks improvements that are necessary. And so once we get this adopted, we'll call this goal done at 100%, and then we'll continue to work on the SDCs and funding for the remainder of this biennium that we're currently in. James talked a little bit about the communication infrastructure. So we do have a plan that's been reviewed. Really now it's coordinating with rights of way for public works, as well as some of the recommendations that we would recommend on what to do for the commission to consider as it relates to trying to provide as much fiber optic connectivity, broadband connectivity throughout our city as we can. This one is completed. So you remember we did get through the development of the citywide facility master plan. We worked with Scott Edwards and architecture and put that together. And so, what I think everybody remembers what came out of that were kind of the big red blinking facilities, right? Pool, end of the Oregon territory, end of the Oregon Trail Museum. And then we talked a little bit earlier about what to do with Center Street. Really, for the majority of our other facilities, it's just making sure we maintain, keep up on our maintenance. Our deferred maintenance is there, try and catch up a little bit more on that. But, there was no immediate need for, a city hall, public works, police has been addressed, right? These are more longer term goals that we're going to look at and try to implement over time. But like I said, the ones that we'll be talking about, pool, DOT, and Center Street. And then we just continue to work with our relationships with Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde, especially with the work that they're doing, obviously, the Tumwater Village, but then also with Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. We had a great ceremony for the Cayuse 5 Memorial. So really, it's what does phase 2 look like? We can work with them to get that completed. So those are really the last of the 21 through 23s that were kind of outstanding. So any questions on those? See how well you can communicate.
I know, I've got that sugar rush too, so we'll see. I'll try to bust through these as quickly as possible, because I know we're running low on time. I won't go too much into this because the commission just approved a third slate of advisory commissioners, and where that's at. One thing I want to talk about with the Citizen Involvement Committee, one issue that's continually risen has been budget. We worked with the CIC this year to kind of come up with a new way that they allocate their funds, instead of dedicating them to the neighborhood based on population, which kind of made sense on the surface. When you look at the lower level, it's not an equitable way of doing it. It's now providing those funds based on need of how many they'll be sending versus just the population. And then putting any of those excess funds on the side, we presented them with that method. They actually voted to approve the budget this year. So hopefully they're pretty happy. They seem to be pretty happy with that. And I will say that with some increasing costs and some new neighborhood associations reactivating, there's a possibility that we'll have to request additional funds in the next budget year. But right now, everything is holding fine and they have all the funds they need. One of the goals that was provided to me when I first started by Tony was increasing citizen resident volunteerism, trying to go beyond the same 5 faces that we see at every event. Tony actually mentioned to me at one point something about an ivy pole. Me being originally from the desert, I was like, okay. Then I actually posted something on the city Facebook page about some ivy activity that Public Works and Park staff had done, and it received insane amounts of positive engagement, which, as you know, is a very surprising thing at times.
So there's definitely something to the Ivy poll. So I came up with this idea of the Ivy League, getting a group of people to start working on the Ivy issue throughout our parks. It just so happens to be a very fortuitous event that Hannah, this was right in her wheelhouse, and I didn't even know this until after she started. She has significant background in this types of events. She took the ball running and has created a very vibrant group that's growing each time. Our third event is coming up in September. So we're looking forward to getting that. And this next month, I think we're gonna be at Waterford Park. Is that what we're gonna be talking? Yeah, and thanks for Tom's help, helping us prioritize that. And thanks for help with PD at Kenneman Park for getting rid of some of the non-sanctioned residents. One of the biggest projects I've been going on is what I'm calling a brand confirmation process. It's not really rebranding, but basically kind of bringing all of the city's communications back in under one umbrella. So everything's recognizable as a communication coming from Oregon City. I've updated the style guide. I've created department logos for each department to use on some of their communications, because there had been different versions for different departments without any official creation. So I went ahead and just took that on. Got to finalize which fonts the city will be using in communications, again, to give everything that cohesive look. And the goal is to just make everything simple. We've come up with some templates. This PowerPoint template that you've seen today was actually one of the kind of the beta test of the new template there. I gotta give credit to Shauna for helping me put that together, because I am not a graphic artist, and she helped me put together a lot of those graphics. And Tony, thank you for letting me have her help there. I expect to actually go final with this Wednesday at the managers meeting, and we'll kind of put that out there, the updated guide, email signatures, all that stuff, so everything is a much more consistent look. Just a quick look at our communication channels. This is the growth that we have seen from December of 22 to today. We've seen substantial growth in just about all of our channels. The one thing I should note, eTrail News, that's just from January 1st of this year till this year. I couldn't go any further back in the MailChimp stats, but again, we're growing. One of my personal goals is to continue to bump that subscription rate up for eTrail News, because it's honestly the best way for residents to get information. Social media can be hit or miss. Trail News is quarterly. eTrail News really kind of hits that sweet spot of, you know, it's going to get you all the pertinent information, and you can rely on it coming to your inbox. Actually, there's one slide, sorry, Greg, there's one slide that didn't make it in here because something went goofy. And I'm trying to find that slide myself, but yeah. Never mind. The slide disappeared, but it went from my computer to theirs.
Any questions for Jeremy?
Then I'm really glad that, really happy to see the style guide get completed. I think that was something that lots of people noticed, that things look different. And so now when we see our information, whether it's internal or external, it's consistent, and people know, you know, in their heads to kind of look for that, which is really, really good.
Thank you. That was the goal. And again, the same thing with Trail News and some of those changes as well.
Have we given any thought to possibly providing Trail News to either hard copy or, you know, because we send it to every residential PO box, and, you know, I told Diane, I said, if you need extras, I get them when I'm at the post office and pick them up, bring them back. But we have a lot of business people who ask the same basic questions all the time. When is this? When is that? And I said, well, it's in Trail News. And then I realized, oh, they don't get it.
There's conversations about ways of kind of changing how it's sent out, because right now it does go out to all residents, but it's actually all residents within the 97045 zip code.
It's a lot.
Basically within the UGC. So there's actually, and I did the math, there's about 9,000 copies that go out to residents and 11,000 that go out outside of the city.
Maybe
So
we can get them signed up for e-news, which is, I think, the better way to go.
yeah, so there's ways to look at that. The cost savings would be significant. But, you know, possibly adding the businesses, but there's issues with post office permitting and how that works, but there are options that are being explored.
So I did ask Jared to look at that. I don't see a reason why we should be sending it to all the county residents.
I don't either.
Cause then we could take that, essentially, it'd be half the production and mailing cost.
It's actually a little bit more than half that's going to outside,
But
yeah.
that would, you know, if there was something we could do to maybe distribute it more in the city.
That's what I was, that's really where I was
It's
coming
really
from.
trying to work with the post office on the routes. I think that's why it was that way back. in
It
the
was
day.
just easier to just do it
All
because they wouldn't
97045.
segregate it in any way.
Yeah, that, the only way to do it is go from that, which is cheaper, to basically applying for a periodical permit, which allows us to go the other way, but there's steps to that and.
That are cumbersome, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right. I feel a little like Hendrix at Woodstock, like everybody's really tired. Except for everybody, but just remember, that last performance of the festival was the one that's legendary. So.
High bar, my friend.
Yeah.
Set myself a high bar.
In a minute, they're whipping out the.
We started with Patrick shot here.
Purple haze at the city commission meeting.
And I've only got 3 things to tell you about. I'm gonna tell you about one big ongoing challenge. I'm gonna tell you about one current area of focus that we're working on. And I'm gonna tell you about one future opportunity that I find pretty exciting. So I gotta go out of order here. So first, our big challenge. I just wanted to let everybody know, especially as we start thinking about budgets, ebooks, e-content. Anybody read ebooks or e-audiobooks? Download them? Raise your hand. Yes. Okay. So you're not alone. So this graph here shows over the past decade or so, the comparative growth in physical circulation of physical items throughout all the libraries in Clackamas County. That's the blue line, pretty flat. Compares it with the growth rate in e-content, which, as you can see, it's that orange line that goes way up. So in fiscal year 12-13, link-wide, e-content circulation was about 2% of all circulation. This last fiscal year that just completed, it's about 16% of circulation. So continued increase in demand of ebooks and e-audiobooks. Now, usually when people are using library resources, yay, we're really happy to see growth like that. The issue, however, is the cost basis for those materials is vastly different. So on the left, I've got some information. I couldn't bring this book with us today because it got checked out. So that number there that says it circulated 191 times, make that 192 times. So on the left is a physical copy of David Baldacci's Deliver Us from Evil. We purchased it in 2010. Cost us about $17. It circulated 192 times. Since then, about 9 cents per circulation. We like that. That is really affordable. That's kind of the model that libraries have used for years and years and years, and kind of the cost basis that we've become used to. On the right is the ebook version of that exact same title.
Yikes.
So, digital content is not purchased. It is licensed, just like software. We are at the mercy of what publishers want to set as pricing and access terms for those materials. So for this particular title, the library price is $75, and we only get to lease it for 24 months.
Wow.
Now, as a consumer, if you go to Amazon to buy this title, you'll get it for $10, and you can keep it for as long as you want. That's not the world that libraries live in. So, doing a little math, to get the same 191 circulations of that ebook that we got from the physical format, it would cost us approximately $420 as compared to $17.
That'd be like per book?
Per book.
Oh,
This is one title we're talking about.
oh,
And so that's about $2.20 a circulation. So this is not unique to the Oregon City Library. This is every single library in Link, every single library in Oregon, every single public library in the United States is dealing with this challenge. This is from an article to just give you another sense, some kind of comparative data. This is an article from about 3 months ago. This is Seattle Public Library, a much bigger system, but I think it still tells the same story. So this is again for one book. They did a quick calculation to see, okay, if we tried to buy enough physical copies of, this was Britney Spears autobiography that came out. So they said, all right, we've got about 500 holds for the print book. If we went and bought enough titles to satisfy demand right now for that print book, it would cost us $2,000. And they did the same thing for how much would it cost us to satisfy the demand for the ebook and the e-audiobook versions of that. And the total, as you can see here, is about $35,000. So $35,000 to satisfy demand on one title versus $2,000 to satisfy physical demand. Those are the economics of the ebook market. And that is something that is really causing a lot of headaches and pain and heartache for public libraries. I probably answer questions a couple of times, on average, 3 or 4 times a month from patrons. Why does it take so long to get my ebook materials? Why can't you just make this available to me? And I have to explain, these economics that we deal with. So that's our one big challenge. Our one big area of focus that I wanted to share with you is that we continue our efforts to really try to get out of our building and try to connect with different parts of our community in the library service area in different ways. And on the right here, we've got the map of our library service area. A little hard to see. The black cross-hatched part are city limits. It's about 10 square miles in our library service area. The pink is unincorporated Clackamas County, which is about 100 square miles. So our total library service area is about 110 square miles, most of it within that pink unincorporated area. Population-wise, it's about 60,000 people total, 35,000 in the city, about 25,000 outside of city limits. And those folks outside of city limits pay the same tax rate, the same library district tax rate that comes to us, with which we feel obligated to provide service to those folks.
So this does not include Estacada, Malala, Canby, whatever.
Correct. This is just our Oregon City Library Service area that got set up in 2008. And as you can see, that's Canby right there. Our service area goes, almost right to the city limits, to the eastern city limits of the city of Canada, which sometimes causes friction. Says Tony can well attest. So we've tried to challenge ourselves and try to figure out, okay, what are some ways that we can get out of our physical library building, which is the upper northwest corner of our very large service area, and kind of connect with people throughout the service area. So some of the things we've tried to do is my board chair and I, we reached out to county CPOs and hamlets. We recently visited the hamlets of Malino and Beaver Creek and gave them a presentation, just, hey, we're your Oregon City Library. Your tax dollars come to us. We want to be here for you. How can we do a better job? We've been trying to do some more outreach events outside the city limits. So we recently had a couple of events at the Redland Grange. We went to the Beaver Creek Wednesday open air market, which was really fun. Our staff got a free couple of loaves of sourdough bread, which was delicious. We've been trying to reach some folks who have physical limitations in getting to the library. So we have a new library by mail program that we've implemented in the past month to get materials out to our homebound residents. We had our very successful implementation of our student library card. If you saw Friday highlights last week, 1,400 kids got signed up for library cards as part of school enrollment this year. First library in Clackamas County to do this. We're thrilled. It's awesome. Really looking forward to welcoming those kids into the library. And then finally, we do continue to work on purchasing a library outreach vehicle. It's something that's in our budget for this biennium. Market conditions and lead times, however, are very, very challenging. The 3 vendors we've talked to, 2 of them have availability more than 24 months in advance. They're not even thinking about, delivering orders for another 2 years. There's another one who has a slightly shorter lead time, but we're kind of evaluating if they have the options and the.
Anybody want to donate one?
If you have any contacts, our friends and foundation have committed to helping raising funds for this, so they're 100% on board. They know this is where we need to be, and we need to be doing to provide service to our entire community. So it's really more just a market availability function. And then finally, I just wanted to share one opportunity I see coming down the pipe. As some of you may remember, back in 2020, January of 2020, the county sponsored a library district task force, which was a group of lots of different stakeholders that were going to get together to look at the future of our library district. Our library district is now 18 years old. Its tax rate is 39 cents per thousand, which cannot change. It's the same tax rate it was back in 2008. It's a county special district, so it does not, permanent rate does not increase. So the idea was to get a lot of stakeholders together, excuse me, to look at what are the services that the library district needs to provide in the future to remain relevant and provide service to the community, but services the community needs. We wanted to find out what, or kind of evaluate what funding level would be required to deliver those services. And then looking at the district, how we might govern that district, whether the current 451 district was the right format, or maybe there's another district in state statute 357 that you can organize a library district under. Anyway, all that work got derailed by COVID. But in the last couple of weeks, the Board of County Commissioners, Clackamas County, has indicated that they have, we believe they have charged county staff with revamping that project, revitalizing it and going forward with it in a more streamlined fashion. But I'm very hopeful that there's going to be some traction and some progress on this, because I do believe that if we want to make sure that we have sustainable quality library service for our Oregon City community, we really need to have some hard conversations about how the district is funded and how it is governed and services the libraries offer. So I'm very hopeful that those conversations will happen, and I hope we all have an opportunity to participate in those. So with that, how'd I do? Hendricks worthy? Almost. Okay.
You signed my roster.
Hey Greg, does the library boundary for Oregon City match the 97045 boundary? Because you guys do a great job in the trail news, by the way. So that you would lose that if we stop.
We would, and I've given a presentation to our library board about just that. There is, and I've talked to Jared about this, if the city were going to go and not do full city trail news, we would probably try to figure out how do we do like a 4-page library mailing that does hit all of those 97045s. There's probably about, we have portions of 5 zip codes in our service area. Some in Beaver Creek, some in Canby, some in 97015, I forget all the other ones are. So there's probably still about 3,000 or 4,000 people that we're not reaching through mail. And yeah, a lot of the people that currently do get trail news are in our library service.
Why don't we
Even
get,
though they're not.
why don't we get some of that information in the county newsletter that comes out?
We try, but when they do it, it's something that's link wide, right? Because we're one service area.
No, I meant not the county library, but the county itself puts out a trail news type publication.
Right, and when I've been involved with them, it's space considerations, they've got 12, 16 pages. And having to put information from 13 different libraries would be a little challenging. So they focus on things that we're all doing together, in concert together, like National Library Department, go visit your local library. Summer reading, they do help us promote that, but when it comes down to the local promotion of things, that's not something they've been able to do.
Is Canby at all well, let me ask 2 questions. Number one, I know there's some tension, but is there any shudder that we would talk about shrinking the district? And is Canby willing to take on some of that area that's closer to them that we probably should not be serving?
I would say that my concern with changing service area boundaries, and I'll jump in, is that, for example, we have bonded for a facility and taken on debt service, which is based on an income stream, which includes that portion of the service area. So if we were to lose any service area, either voluntarily or otherwise, our revenue goes down and we might.
Well, I thought that might be the answer, but I'm just looking at that service area thinking, oh my God.
So yeah, these are tough questions, but that's why we're really excited about the possibility of the sports being revitalized. So, actually, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
So that concludes. Thank you. Sorry we ran over a bit there. We did hope to leave some time for the commission to talk and discuss. It's obviously something we could bring back at a later date, be able to digest what you've heard, provide feedback, provide ideas. It's really up to the commission now. How you like to proceed?
Well,
This is really just an attempt to get us all together, kind of, a little more detail on where we're at on accomplishing the commission's goals.
Wondering if the commissioners would be interested in just doing a quick round robin of any takeaway, something that you feel we need to look into further, or something you saw that was like spot on, just as a takeaway to close it out.
Not for me, I'm gonna mull it over for a while.
Mull, okay. Are you mulling, Rocky?
Nothing's, I don't really have any thoughts about, budget aspect yet, but just in terms of goals. Some of the things that I'm just still thinking about, we've talked about, well, actually several of them were brought up tonight: courthouse, tourism, facilities plan. Future of urban renewal, I think that was all those are at least mentioned. Those are some of the big ones I think I'm still thinking about in the next year, couple of years, how that happens, so. But I think when thinking over too, we should maybe have another, conversation after this, but. I like the idea that we're doing this because I think, after the first schools session, being able to just hear from staff and talk in a group about all these things, it gives a good view of where we're at and where we're going. So I'm glad we've added this as a event.
Michael?
Nothing specific, other than I just want to say thank you to all the staff that put this together. I think it was a terrific idea and it's very helpful for me to get a picture of where we're at. And I think we probably do need to come back as a commission, probably before the end of the year, before the department heads start getting real serious about budget requests. If there's anything that, based on this and us thinking more about it, where we want to see some money shuffled. So nothing specific tonight to get into, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Tony, for the idea of doing this, and for staff for your willingness to be here and give these presentations. It's something I'm always telling to community members is the stuff that we deal with as a city are things that people always take for granted. And what I appreciate about the opportunity to hear from our staff who do a terrific job, both the people around this table, but the people who also work for our department heads, is that our staff really are going above and beyond the mandate of what a local government is supposed to do. And I think that's evident by this very long presentation that we just had. And so that better informs us as elected officials to be able to tell people, tell our constituents what it is that our city actually does, beyond what people might see as just paying their bills and all that. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I hope we do it again for the next mid-cycle update.
Well, I think everybody realizes the importance of checking in. It was something that I talked to Tony about, that we needed to check in about halfway point. I didn't know when that was actually going to be. I think it's good for us to see how much progress we've made and where we've come from and how we're moving forward. I do have a couple of suggestions that will be for a later conversation. So I'd like to see us have some discussion about increasing funding for the Parks Department. If we're anticipating and expecting them to put on events, they actually need somebody to actually do that. So we're not having people being taken from the pool or here or there to do this. So that's, I don't know if that's an events person or whatever it is, but it's something I thought about. And also because of inflation, I don't know, Aquila, if you've thought about this, but I think we need to raise the amount that the grants, the HP grants that we're giving out. Have you looked at the cost of what the historic preservation grants we get? Have you looked at the cost of lumber? I mean, not only does that affect housing costs, that affects people doing rehab projects. It's just gotten more and more expensive, and that $1,000, which is fantastic, is not going as far as it should be or could. So maybe we need to look at increasing that. Maybe, I don't know if it's doubling it, but I know at the time that I applied for one, which I was not working for the city at the time, the door that I got was actually fairly reasonable, and the grant paid for half. It was a $2,500 custom made door, and that helped. But if I was to buy that same door today, it's almost, doubled in price, and the $1,000 does help. And then the thing that also is just, I don't do ebooks, so I'm kind of glad for that. But everything has gone up, and I just, that I will have to tell you, that just stuns me. And it looks like, I'm sure this is affecting every library across the nation. It's something probably that, if there's I'm sure there's a national wide group, library association, whoever they are. Obviously, the publishers have got libraries over a barrel. It's because we've got people like Amazon and all that, they can do it cheaper, but what if you can't afford the $10? So it's costing our patrons, they don't know it, but it's costing more to do that than getting it from whoever, Kindle or whatever services they're out there. It's just, I don't know, I can't do anything about it, but it's ridiculous. I just can't even understand that. So those are just a few of the things. I think economic development is moving forward. I'm real interested in the metrics on some of those programs, and James has given us a high level overview, but I'd like to see a little more in terms of, we did this, what was our cause and effect over here, is just like everything else. And finally, I want to say in deference to Tony, I appreciate I want to tell you again how much I appreciate us doing the facilities master plan. It's only taken 28 years from the time that we talked about it when I worked for the city to get one. And it's good that we now have a foundation. Of course, I would have personally preferred that we had it done before we did the police station, the library and all of that, but be that it may, it is done now, and I'm grateful. I've read it, and we did an excellent job on it, and I think it's due in part to your leadership that got done. And staff, you do a phenomenal job every day. This was great. I appreciate the check-in. Again, nice to know kind of where we all are. And again, please brag about what we are doing. We got the public out there that they recognize it. I know at Neighbors Night Out, I had many people come up to me and say what a great job the city was doing. And I said, tell your friends. Tell your friends. So thank you all for being here. Go home and read your ebooks. Put your feet up. Thank you all for being here. And thank you again, Tony and Alex. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Great. And
Jimmy.
And we're adjourned.
We have.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.